Let you at him?
Let me at him?
Let you at him?
Yeah.
Okay, well, what happened last time then?
I'm not that prepared. I'm not ready for that.
You said let me at him.
That's too much commitment for me.
I'm SMH. I'm doing that right now. Cody, what about you? What do you got?
Last time on Olympus, we were in Camp Half-Blood, and we were having a grand old time being back in Camp Half-Blood. We were gearing everything up. Sammy finished a couple of inventions, and at the end we got we left with some knowledge from Maxine that there is a child of Dionysus who saw Dionysus in a field somewhere, and we managed to use the scanning function to scan for where Dionysus was. Found him in Nebraska in like a wheat field, and then TT and Mac got mind controlled and then fought each other, and now Danny's trying to fix that.
And technically, we fixed it, but right at the end, and then we did left.
Right at the tail end.
I suppose that could be considered a Spark Notes version.
Spark Notes. Pretty good Spark Notes.
Back into it. Got the fucking perma repeat mode on. Jesus.
Perma Pete.
What would be good music for this? Something serious. Something a little bit tense. Not Tensione though. Something else though.
Yeah, Danny and TT are sort of facing off right now.
No, just give me music.
I feel like I know the perfect one for this. Let me check my stockpile.
Playlist to see what I can find. Like tense as in tense as in actions happening, or just tense in general?
It's tense in general. If I find something first, you're all food to me.
Oddly specific, but okay.
Yeah. I'm looking.
I'm getting close to something, guys.
I'm looking.
I have an attempt. I don't know if it'll work. There was an attempt.
That can work. As we come back in on TT, specifically TT, as you see her kind of on top of the Argo 2, gripping her arm as it's completely stone, and TT, it just, this hurts.
Yeah, that's pain.
As we come back from last time.
Yeah, Danny is going to teleport onto the Argo 2.
It's kind of akin to like having your arm completely frozen, but minus the stabbing frost, and with the weight of rock.
Yeah, she's probably just sort of screaming a bit at the moment, just like holding her arm. Like that shit hurts.
Danny teleports up to the Argo 2 and squaring off again because he doesn't know yet.
Has TT been returned to her senses?
Yes.
Yeah, and she does not. Does she
You-
remember what happened?
You do.
Okay, yeah.
It's
She's just sort
Danny
of grabbing her arm, just
walking.
Well, you don't remember it, but like you have a
Yeah.
vague inclination as to what had occurred.
Yeah, I get the feeling. She looks up taking a look at Danny, and her eyes look almost feral for a second
Yeah, Danny's like, uh-oh, it's still there.
before she closes them, and she like slams the stone arm against the shield of the Argo 2, feeling like the shock go through her body before she deep breath, shapes the stone arm a bit, and stands up, brushes the hair out of her face. Don't worry, I'm back.
As Danny nods, and he looks over to where Mac is.
Honk.
As Danny is going to end the void install, as he just as he looks up at TT.
It just kind of like fizzles away, taking taking bits of your skin and like with it in some places.
Metal.
Danny, when you look at TT, she has a like almost like a soft smile on her face, like a content smile.
Danny just looks at her.
He looks at you, tilts her head in confusion, but it's her face just back to normal.
As he just grabs the side of his head. Oh, man.
I hope you weren't injured too much. I'm afraid my memory is a bit foggy of what happened.
He looks back to TT. I'm alright. Just the effects of void install.
Ah, is that what you called it? It certainly seemed like quite the power-up.
Mac,
I didn't know you could do it.
I don't know. As he walks away from TT and goes over to Mac and looks down and just sort of crouches beside Mac and starts looking over him.
You kind of have to like go down to do that.
Yeah,
Like,
he
on
does.
top.
Yeah, he goes down and looks at him.
Mac is
Sammy, seeing that everything's good, Sammy will take down the shield barrier so that Danny can get inside of the Argo 2 and get to Mac.
the Arco 2 just kind of like kind of fucking creaks.
Yeah. Oh, this is definitely gonna need some repairs.
Danny looks over Mac, how badly injured he is.
It's fine.
as he just sort of pats him on the shoulder.
I didn't take any lethal.
Pats him on the shoulder. Good job, buddy. As he hoists him over his shoulder.
You're like on top of the Argo too, right?
They're on it.
Is there any way for Johnny to access it?
You're there.
Yeah, Johnny, you're already on the Argo 2. Ileana's still on the ground.
I mean, like, I thought they were like on top of the ship while Sam
No.
and Johnny were inside
There was
of
no
it.
top of the ship.
Okay,
They were on the shield barrier, and then they dropped
okay.
down
I see.
whenever
Yeah,
Sammy released it.
Yes, Johnny kind of goes bolting upwards. Are you alright? What happened?
Don't worry, we're both alright. TT looks kind of fucked up. But-
I did fuck her up really bad.
Yeah.
Johnny uses the reverse curse to heal TT a little bit.
Give her ambrosia.
If you can find a way to do that, go
I
on ahead.
can actually.
Well, go on ahead.
Gonna spend the willpower to apply that to his hand, and he's just gonna walk up to TT and just like lightly tap the stun arm, and I'm just gonna roll all my. Alright, what was the roll again? Hold on. This presence plus empathy.
TT, do you still have tier 1 active?
No, she's turning it all off now. Like all the power is like melting off her.
Okay, so this does go through.
Yeah.
Rebuke the vizier, motherfucker.
Yeah, when repeat the his ears up, that shit just happens. He doesn't choose what goes through.
Johnny tries to provide medical attention, gets struck by lightning. All right, 4 successes. What's your health looking like?
How much are you healing?
It's laying on hands, so I need lethal. I have such suspend on like whatever damage you have.
I am full lethal 9 ag.
Full lethal 9 ag. All right.
That's fucking crazy to say. Just like fucking demigods, man.
Yeah, I think I'll.
Average health is like 7, and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm only 9 ag.
Let me just get.
It's
Let
fine.
me spend 3 sucks to get rid of 1 ag, and then 1 suck to get rid of lethal.
You kind of see Johnny lift up his hand, put it in a claw motion before like kind of use like putting it into a fist with that claw motion out, and then just kind of like tapping it with his fist as like kind of like a maroon fire sparks off for a moment. And TT, you feel a little healed. This doesn't do the spark, doesn't do the arm.
All right. How much does it heal?
1 aggravated and 1 lethal.
Cool. The arm is still stone, but it's a little bit better now.
How do you unstone that, by the way? That's...
You need to heal the sits. It was sits lethal, right? That did that.
Let me reach.
Yeah, because TT has 2 dex missing. So once she heals, that sits lethal. But for now, she's sort of impressive use of your powers. Good work.
Yeah, I discovered it a few weeks ago. What? You say you're fun. What happened down there?
Well, before that, we should wake up Mac. From what I remember, it seems he was affected too. It'd be better if we could both give our side of the story. Corroborate and see what made sense.
Now here's the part we find out whether or not Matt was fighting in his dream.
And we should also probably land. I'm pretty sure not everyone is on the ship.
Don't worry, already on it. Samuel will land the Argo too.
Mac, roll resolve plus stamina minus 5.
Resolve plus stamina minus 5.
Mm-hmm.
A big minus.
Mm-hmm.
Well, does Johnny fulfill his virtue of empathetic for healing DD?
Yeah.
Do I include his buffs?
Do you include his buffs? Do they stay on while he's asleep?
No. I'm gonna assume no.
Okay.
It'd be really weird if they did. He'd be like hyperventilating in his sleep.
As Sammy, you land the Argo 2 in front of Ileana, Maria, and Anastasia.
Well, Eliana's bolting.
Yikes, 0 sucks.
Lose 2 Icor.
Yeah.
Like Eliana's like the first on board to rush the TT.
Maria takes her time. She's in no rush.
And so Johnny picks up Anastasia. And Ileana is going to. Yeah, she's gonna run up to TT. I have heaven.
What are you looking for?
Alright, let's see. Alright, let me see. Which one is? Removal penalties on here now. Read this ain't.
It's pretty funny.
Any negative conditions or tilts?
Nothing. Well,
No, nearsightedness.
well, you see that, yes, but
Oh my god, she's nearsighted, but she got some glasses.
The negative condition of nearsightedness. Other than that, no.
no, you don't.
Get that girl some glasses.
You don't see any negative conditions.
She like sighs, or like take a deep breath. How are you feeling?
Well, she sort of turns the stone arm over. If I'm being honest, this hurts like Hades.
Ooh.
But I'm in my right mind again. In fact, I think that beating might have made me a bit stronger.
Just eyebrow raised, but I guess we'll wait for everyone else before you cooperate your story.
She like clenches and unclenches her still like flesh arm a bit. For sure. I feel like I could take a few more hits after that. Like there's a little bit more of me coming back.
More, dude? Were you not fully restored?
Of course. That's what I'd said, hadn't I? I'm still not at my full power yet. I still need to get back to where I once was. I feel like that beating brought a bit more of me back out.
I'm just glad you weren't at top shape when you were doing that, man. I was already not doing too hot against you regularly.
I don't know. Mac's pretty strong.
We had to stop Mac too. That was the problem.
True.
Once you two took to the sky, I didn't really have much use.
She'll go over to Anastasia. Anastasia.
She has zero eye core. She's knocked out.
Yeah.
Well, here I was hoping she could wake up Mac.
Just eyes Mag. Actually, wait. I don't. Damn it! I don't have enough heart. Go for another one. Just one up below.
Hopefully, you'll keep that in mind. You hear a knock on the side of like the wall. Goodbye. Hello. What was that?
That's what we're trying to find out.
Hi, Eleanor.
Do you guys
Hi,
make it a
Eleanor.
habit? Do you people make it a habit to try to blow this thing up?
Hopefully not.
Yeah, probably.
I'd prefer it if you didn't. Especially if it's not between each other.
This is a long. No, wait. No, we don't know that yet. Never mind.
I hope for whatever reason that you guys came here was worth it enough, and it would lead to this.
Well, we did gain a bit of information.
Oh, really?
Bacchus. He and Saras were meeting. That implies they had some sort of war plan. In addition, Saras suspected some kind of trap. It's possible Saras might know more.
We also had a name of a giant that we could look for information.
Yeah. Bacchus did give us that. With a lot more to work on. Some new leads.
You have to go to. Wait, what was the specific wording? It was like landlocked but surrounded by salt water, right?
And it was urban.
Yep.
Somewhere urban, landlocked but surrounded by salt water.
It has salt water, did not say surrounded.
Has salt water.
Near saltwater was the wording.
Near salt water. Wherever that could be.
It's both vague enough to keep us searching, but specific enough that we know what we're looking for.
How convenient.
Be worse.
Well,
Okay.
nobody was killed. I'd say that's successful. And Mac appears mostly unharmed. Not bad. Ileana, could you spare me an ambrosia?
Yeah, she just gives TT Ambrosia.
Thank you very much. So much.
Just 1/4.
Yeah, just 1/4.
Okay. You'll 5 lethal and 1 aggravated.
All right.
As the stone on your arm just kind of starts crumbling away.
There we go.
Is it still stoned?
No, it is healed the full 6 lethal when combined with the 1 lethal Johnny healed, as it sort of brushes off the rest of the stone. The skin's a little red raw, but it'll heal.
It's fine.
There we go. Back in fighting shape. Well, what do you say we all head back to the RDR2? I suspect Samuel needs some time to fix everything after all that.
You
And
are
we'll
on
want to
the
make
upper
Yeah.
We are on
Well, yeah,
deck.
head back for, like, what's the word? Rest.
two.
What do you say we rest for a bit? I think we could all use a bit of rest after that. Mac needs some time to wake up. And, well, I'm sure Sammy needs some time to repair the shield generator after the blow it took.
Yeah, could you at least explain a little bit of what happened from your perspective?
Oh, sure. It was a possession of some kind.
Hmm?
I was somewhat aware, but I was not in control of my actions. It reminded me very much of what happened with Media, but it felt stronger. Had I been as I am now, I suspect I would have been able to resist Media, but even my full force wasn't enough to stop this possession.
And it was like, yeah, Johnny still remembers like how he felt when he was like that, right?
Vaguely. It was like felt cold. Like a cold whisper on in the back of your neck. And then you kind of lost track of what you were doing for a little bit.
you feel a cold snap in the back of your neck?
Did she?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. I believe that was it. And then a gradual loss of what I was doing. Like slipping into a half-awake dream.
And then you woke up and suddenly your arm was stoned and you were on top of the Argo.
That's right. I have hazy memories of what happened in between, but nothing concrete. Only vague emotions and vague remembrance of what happened.
It's like Johnny's eyes began has gotten like more and more serious as time goes on. It's like, that's the exact same thing that happened to me.
Likely the work of Gaia. Some sort of possession magic.
Ileana is going to search those symptoms up on Daedalus' laptop. Like, was that a possible possession, cold snaps? Like possession, symptoms, cold snaps, losing track of memory, or waking up with with a hazy memory of the events prior.
Were you looking this up?
Daedalus' laptop. He's got monster notes,
like,
doesn't he?
Are you like control effing this shit? What are you doing?
He's got. Listen, Daedalus has notes, right?
It's like filed. It's not quite like he doesn't have Daedalus doesn't have a search engine.
Yeah,
Does
it's just he has a fuck butt ton of files.
he have a file? Does he have monster files?
Yeah.
And time to start that's what Ileana's gonna be doing for the next, I don't know. She's gonna start looking for monsters.
It's probably be a
That's it,
library roll.
Yeah, could I do a library roll?
I don't know how library works. Remind me.
It's an extended action with, I believe, int plus usually academics, but in here it'd probably be occult. With a threshold set by you and a
Well-
time in between.
Would be computers
Oh yeah, computers.
because you're looking through a computer.
Oh yeah, they would be. And you can make a number of rolls equal to your dice pool. So if you had 10 dice, you'd be able to make 10 rolls. And you have to get a certain number of successes determined by the DM. And each roll takes a certain amount of time, again determined by the DM. Anywhere from, it could be 15 minutes, could be an hour, could be anything.
All right.
Mm,
Then may I do that?
sure, intelligence plus computers.
Hold on. Does Advanced Library do anything else? Hold on. Advanced Library. Library.
Anybody else want to do anything?
Stan wants to work on, fixing up the structure damage on the Argo 2 and the shield generator.
Danny's just keeping watch over Mac.
He's still asleep. Yeah. Take him to his room.
TT will join Mac and Danny if that's all right, just for a quick chat.
If Danny's okay with it.
Yeah, if she wants to see if Danny's okay with it.
I, sleeping Mac, do not consent.
Sleeping Mac wakes up. I concur. Falls back asleep.
And Johnny's gonna. He's just gonna like fiddle around with the bracelets. He's trying to figure out what. He's trying to figure out how they work. He just can't. Because like wait, do they still feel heavy from earlier?
Yes,
It's like picking a
They
scab.
feel-
Quit picking at it.
they feel less heavy now, though.
Right, fail at something? He just thinks to himself. He's just like,
What about you, Maria?
Maria, she's gonna go and cook dinner for everybody.
and does Ileana fulfill her virtue of hard worker for doing an extended action?
Sure.
Woo!
Don't forget
Really?
about the stability yield.
Oh yeah! Damn it! Damn it!
Why damn it, that's a +1 stability.
Exactly.
I don't get it.
I don't get it either. It's more stability to waste. Oh, by the way, I don't know if this is already done. I think Maria should be a year older.
Old.
Anyways, TT, you go over to Mac's room with Danny.
She'll knock at the door.
Danny opens up the door.
Hello. May I come in?
Sure. Yeah. Come on.
Thank you. TT will step inside.
Danny's been standing next to Mac.
I see he hasn't awoken yet.
Not yet.
He's very strong. Much stronger than I gave him credit for. His power is, well, at this point, I suspect it might even exceed my own.
I've thought the same too. But
He wasn't taking any damage from my blows. That wasn't from his domains. Nothing from what I've seen of his domain should account for any ability that could do that.
as he looks, it's a curse.
A curse?
Are you familiar with Achilles?
Not very much. I know he is of Greek origin.
Achilles,
I am more familiar with the Roman myths.
Achilles was a Greek demigod, as you know, but famous for being dipped into the river Styx, became invulnerable, except for his heel. Now, that is something that can be attained. You make yourself almost invulnerable to normal means of, well, attacking, except for one specific part on your body, which almost instantly obliterates you.
Risk versus reward.
Mac contains this power. Which is
I
why I was
see.
so worried.
It's a good thing I did not strike his weak point.
Very. One strike from me would have instantly obliterated him.
But as long as no one's striking it, I suspect he'd take any kind of blow. I was hitting with force strong enough to break the bones of titans, but he barely even flinched from it.
Mm-hmm. Mac has taken a lot. Honestly, I'm just glad his luck hasn't run out.
What would drive him to do that? To dip in the river Styx willingly? Or was it willingly?
It was.
I mean, my girlfriend might have manipulated him a little bit. But that's fine.
Eve told him what it was. Although, I think she knew that he couldn't exactly say no to an offer like that. Being able to protect everybody like that. But I'm just glad everything turned out all right.
Well, I suppose he's simply stuck with it now.
Yeah, there's no way that I know that can remove the curse of Achilles. And I doubt Mac would take it at this point.
Unfortunately, I know no way either. Although, it is certainly a valuable asset.
Mm-hmm.
It is impressive how strong he is. I've never met a demigod that's been on my level since Hallie.
At this point, I think Mac could probably beat me.
You think so?
I'm pretty slow on the uptick in a fight. A lot of my abilities require, well, not exactly a quick activation. Mac has the domain of speed, and you are faster than a lightning strike. Well, shatters are about as fast as light, but I guess I'm not.
You
So-
seem to correlate more with the stone domain, or the earth domain. You're slow, but strong, like a mountain. Durable, too.
I guess I get the stealth from the shadow domain, and then from the earth domain, as you said, a lot of defensible options.
That form, what did you call it? Void install?
Void install, yeah.
That was a power unlike anything I've seen before.
Yeah. Technically not even a domain.
Not a domain.
I was taught it, based on the fact that I was able to use such a power. And shadows give me access to it, and I don't know anybody else who could do this. I suppose it's a perfect combination of shadows and of the underworld domain. I was taught by Grigory Rasputin down in the underworld, who seems to have his own knowledge of that power.
The most I've ever had is just training with Hanley, my own innovations of my domains. As far as I'm aware, the only other, well, I suppose he isn't even a Jupiter kid, but Jason. And, of course, we weren't reunited until well after both of us had trained our own domains.
Mm-hmm.
To think someone would be this strong.
Mac, well, you never fought Felix, but Mac's really the only reason we ever won. Felix had the power of the Titan of Time, Kronos. Could, well, manipulate time in a way where anything we threw at him, he would dodge just in the right nick of time. Mac, using his speed domain, as I'm sure you've seen, is able to almost outspeed even other people's attacks. In that sense, he'd probably be able to beat me before I could even do anything.
He's the first person I've met who's faster than me. And if you were to look at TT, like, she's looking down, like her bangs are sort of over her eyes, but through just like the gaps in the hair, you can sort of see her pupils are like fully dilated and sort of slightly glowing a bit golden, just sort of staring down at Mac.
What are you doing?
She looks at you, genuinely confused. What do you mean?
He points to his eyes. Your eyes.
What about them?
They're glowing.
She rubs her eyes a bit. They're gone. It's the normal sort of electric blue. And her pupils have sort of contracted back to normal size.
Your eyes were glowing. Gold.
Oh, like they do when I use my powers.
Something like that. Yeah.
Perhaps I was simply thinking about using my powers.
I'd prefer if you didn't.
Oh. Danny, just from the way she's looking at you, it seems like she's genuinely as confused as you.
What the fuck did I miss?
As Danny just sort of shrugs. Well, I guess you still don't have your full memory back.
Well, I do have pretty much all my memory. I can remember my childhood, growing up, all my sparring with Hallie, fighting the Titan of the Stars. It's mostly just muscle memory that's missing. Access to some of the deeper parts of my domain. Who I am as a person is still all back.
Even stronger than you are now, huh?
Yeah, I used to be a lot stronger. Fighting Mac brought a bit more out of me, though, as she stretches a bit. I could probably take a few more punches.
Well, let's just hope it never comes to that. I was so worried. Mac could die at any moment if you just hit the right spot. And you if Mac is too fast.
Yeah, I could have.
I'm just glad I was able to stop it.
Yeah.
I've seen Mac fight like that before. And those are killing blows.
I've never fought another demigod with fully fighting to kill before, though. That was the first time. Hallie and I would always spar. Always stop before it got to that level. I never realized what it's like.
It's terrifying. I thought I wouldn't have to see it again, but I guess I was wrong. But you guys are alright now, so that's all that really matters.
TT doesn't respond. Well, I hope he recovers swiftly. And thank you for helping me during the fight, keeping us both alive. I suspect things would have been much harsher without your interference.
I'm glad too. That's the first time I've ever actually summoned the underworld.
Hmm.
It was always a concept that I thought about. Tried to fine-tune the mechanics in my head, but never really had dire enough reason to use it. Or even, extending my will over the underworld itself.
Well, I think we best both rest up. Do be sure to tell us all if Matt wakes up. When Matt wakes up.
If.
If? Yeah, I might as well catch some shut-eye while looking over Mac. That void install really takes a number out of me. As he stretches and looks over his arms, which are all, messed up. Just because of, all the skin that came off.
Do you think some ambrosia would help? We have plenty.
I'll have to get some then.
Don't worry, I'll bring it by for you. You stay by Mac.
That'd be nice. As Danny sits down next to Mac.
TT does a turn and she'll just go get a little square of ambrosia for Danny and bring it back for him, and that's all for her.
Alrighty. And Maria makes a dinner for no one.
Yeah, Maria puts a bunch of food on the table, sits there, just sort of looking around.
What's the recovery rate of Icor?
1 hour gets you half max, and the full 8 hours sleep gets you all of it back.
Wait, was Maria
I
cooking
feel
dinner?
like 1 hour. At 1 hour, Anastasia wakes up by recovering 1 Icor, and then Mac will wake up.
Yeah, Maria starts cooking for everybody. Nobody shows up for a while.
I mean, Johnny shows up.
Alright, that's it. And she goes, finds Anastasia, drags her over to the table.
The second Mac wakes up, he's gonna eat like a motherfucker.
Eat like Goku.
That curse needs a lot of metabolism.
And Danny's just napping.
Johnny shows up.
Ileana don't.
She does not.
Danny doesn't.
If Mac wakes him up.
Actually, Johnny, he knocks on Eleanor's door to tell her the dinner's ready, and then he shows up.
Bro, she was already there.
He's just being polite.
So after an hour, Anastasia just goes to wake up Mac.
He goes, she'll just do it magically.
Imagine walking.
I had him trapped asleep for a while.
You would have to gaze upon him.
Gaze upon.
Get him out of it.
I opened the door slightly and then immediately leave.
Mac, you are forced awake, like smelling salts. Like you feel fucking like your lips are dry. Like your fucking throat is dry as a desert. You feel your eyes just quivering. Like you woke up to a sleep that you like you got not enough sleep and were just forced awake.
My knees are shaking. My arms are quaking. The fucking walls are melting off.
I like to imagine Mac just goes, "Ooh," and just a punch in the air, and the air pressure changes in the room.
Mac, you don't feel good. Exhausted. exhausted condition.
Oh man.
Add the exhausted condition.
Oh, I feel so tired. I feel like I'm gonna barf. In the condition.
I found a good condition to use for exhaustion, because I don't think there is a true exhaustion, but I have to find it again. Werewolf the Forsaken, or Promethean the Curse.
Mac just like hold his head like, oh man, what happened?
Danny's just in a chair
Well,
sleeping.
last time I felt even close to this is when I took death damage from Corona. It's kind of like shake Danny's chair.
As Danny wakes up,
What happened?
Mac, that's a long story, and he explains it.
In excruciating detail.
Wow, that's bad.
Yeah, I was really worried about you.
I can't
Actually,
think of the consequences of those actions as I'm dying. I'm really hungry.
I'm just glad she didn't hit your, weak point. Danny gets up, but yeah, I thought I smelled some cooking in the kitchen.
It's just fucking poof.
Poof. The door's open.
Where's the food? Where's the food?
It's on the dinner table.
Oh, now you show up. Really? After the food has gone cold? Are you serious?
Need food.
Sammy's too busy working at Vengeance. She doesn't show up. TT does.
Johnny brings food to Sam.
She's like waist deep in electronics. Just
You're keeping track of fatigue for not sleeping, right?
Sammy's been sleeping, but I will keep track of feed anytime she pulls an all-nighter. I do.
Has she slept?
She's slept.
If I remember, I don't know, maybe I'm forgetting.
Not-
sleep in between the 3 days of making the weapons and then leaving.
She didn't sleep for the weapon making, but after actually no, that's true. She's been flying too. Yeah, she knows. So Sammy would have, I believe, a -4 right now.
Oh no.
I believe so, and you think you need to make some rolls.
Yeah.
Please take some rest.
What would Sammy roll for sleep deprivation?
Let me remind myself. I believe the rules that we used for this was in the princess book.
Max speed eating like.
Where is it? Is it over here? Might be over here. Yeah, there it is. There it is. The fatigue condition causes staying awake for 24 hours. Upon getting this condition in each 6 hours thereafter, he must make a reflexive stamina plus resolve roll. If he fails, he passes out. If he succeeds, he stays awake, but takes a cumulative -1 penalty on all dice pools.
All right. So what kind of penalty would she have right now? What level penalty does Sam have right now?
Max
Which is
-3.
okay.
Because
At least it's not D&D exhaustion where it kills you.
Yeah.
because you would have been theoretically succeeding these rolls for the past 3 days
Mm-hmm.
because we didn't do it.
One success.
Woo.
That's the sound of Sam staying awake.
Sam, please go to bed.
I need to finish fixing the shield generator. I mean, it'd be pretty bad if we got attacked while this shield generator was off, you know.
Okay. Please.
That was
let's rest.
Mac's fucking leg accidentally vibrating.
So that's the fatigue condition. Okay, so Mac, get the fatigue condition and exhausted.
Woo!
Fatigue and exhausted.
Alright, and you guys are just eating dinner. Ileana's not there, but you're eating dinner.
Mac is speed eating.
Danny's just trying to get some food.
And he's just focusing on the bracelet while eating.
Doing what?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the bigger downside of this curse is the fact I have to eat so much.
Mac, I'm pretty sure your caloric intake was way higher due to the fact that you were just passively, like, very speedy.
Yeah,
Hey,
like, I'm
man.
pretty sure it was bad before. Eats entire chicken.
Hey man, at least you didn't speed up your metabolism this time.
I can do that, but I didn't do it this time.
That was bad.
It usually happens whenever I heal myself.
So what are you doing, Johnny?
He's gonna like ask around as he's eating. So does anyone know anything about any general information about Nvidia or Nemesis? Again, any legends or like things she tends to do?
Are you still trying to get that off?
Johnny,
Both.
in a case like that, maybe just go with the flow.
Johnny, do you remember what I said to you back when you first got them?
That I could. The
Do
answer.
you?
I have completely forgotten.
It sounds like Johnny forgot that.
Well then, perhaps all I need to remind you. As TT sits forward, she had seemed relaxed before now. She has a bit more like her eyes are a bit more steely now. Nvidia has given that to you as it is symbolic. It represents something. It is not a physical object that you need to remove, but a metaphorical trial. It will not be removed physically. Besides, take a look at it. A Chinese finger trap. Do you know how those work?
In order to remove them, you have to push your hands together instead of taking them apart.
Correct. But think broader. Instead of forcibly struggling to pull them off, you relax. And you think calmer. You push inward. You go against the flow. Instead of trying to pull and prod and do anything you can to get rid of it, you push inward. And that makes it come off. I suspect Nvidia chose those for a reason. Both for its symbolic and literal meaning. Struggling to forcibly get them off will only make them pull tighter.
They also seem to weight themselves whenever I fail at something.
Is that how you perceive it?
Back when you two were fighting, I attempted to slow Mac down, but he managed to resist my curse, and then they got heavier for a bit.
Do you think that's what NVIDIA has given to you? A trial of success? That doesn't seem like the kind of thing NVIDIA would go for. Too simple, don't you think?
Trial of
Simply succeed or fail? That is more along the line with, say, an Ares quest.
yeah,
She would say Mars.
Mars. Yeah,
She would say Mars.
yeah, she too.
Immersion broken.
Emotional quest.
I think you may be thinking too binary in terms of it tightening when you fail and it loosening when you succeed. NVIDIA's not the type to go for such simple, cut and dry answers.
Unfortunately,
All I can say is, the more you struggle to forcefully get them off, the tighter they will pull around you.
I'm gonna just relax it back into a seat. After dinner, he's just gonna go out. Do we have like a designated like training room or something in the Argo too?
Yes.
He's gonna go out there later.
I have a question. Do you think that interaction was enough for TT to regain that point of stability?
Sure.
Cool. I'm glad to see you're awake, Mac.
Eating a bunch of fucking fruit. Oh
Yeah, TT finally puts down the fucking drumstick he was munching on, bone and all.
Bone and all.
He like cracked open the bone and was like fucking sucking up the marrow on it.
I'm not even sure how that's. I'm not even sure how you would get nutrition out of bone marrow.
yeah. Do you remember more of that than I do? Because I barely remember any of it.
Well,
Wow.
what did you feel, Mac?
It was cold, and then the amplifiers, and then like.
So that's 3 for 3 then.
From what we've been able to gather, you and I were possessed, Mac. Some sort of Gaia influence where we were forced to fight each other.
Oh.
We don't really have any way of countering it.
But it's not absolute either. If Gaia were really able to have that much power, at least regarding this possession, then she would simply possess us all and have us all battle to the death. It's always been either 1 or 2 at a time. Slow. And there's been onsets.
Alright. Then I guess, unless, well, at least we know the first symptom of it now. You'd feel cold at the back of your neck, and you'd start to doze off. So whenever one of us feels like that, we have to let the others know.
Duly noted.
Yeah, I don't want to be weird or anything, but it might have just been the influence, but it was kind of exciting. I don't know.
I agree, really. I mean, I've never been able to find someone who's been on my level before. You're incredibly strong.
We're pretty strong too.
It was fun to be able to go all out against you.
Yeah, I don't get the punch like that often.
Yeah. We always have to hold back, don't we?
You said that Gaia could have done all of us and have us kill each other. But there might have been a reason why she only did you two.
No, I said the opposite. If Gaia really could have, she would have. We're threats to her plan. If she really was able to take us all out so easily, she would not have just possessed Mac and I. She would have possessed everyone. That way, there'd been no one to stop us. But she didn't, and I suspect couldn't.
So the targets have also been pretty deliberate,
Well,
because she possessed me when I was near the Argo 2's attack systems, so I could cause the incident. And I'm assuming, she possessed you two because you're pretty strong.
most likely.
I think it's for the best that you two stay on separate teams whenever we go out.
Beauty sort of frowns a bit.
Both of
We
you,
were just getting along.
both of you like combat a little too much.
It's like
I
she's kept-
do. Okay, I do a little bit.
Mac, you
I-
beat up camera just to impress Maxine.
I did do that, but I
He
mean
did-
that was for a reason.
He did what?
Hey,
Don't
Danny.
follow my example.
Hey, Danny.
Yeah.
And Maria
Mm-hmm.
and Anastasia. Roll memory for me, please.
Gotcha.
Because perhaps I was too quiet and none of you remember this.
Let me see.
Any Maria?
Memory is plus composure.
Mm-hmm. Sammy, would you like to roll to repair the ship?
Yeah, sure.
You go ahead and do that.
Then Johnny will force you to go to sleep.
Then I got one suck.
Hope you haven't been needing iCore for anything, Sammy. One success.
I got 0 socks.
And
Maria.
Maria.
Yeah, I was just
I said Anastasia. I said Anastasia Lemon.
Yeah.
Her intelligence is 4.
Oh. I thought you said wits.
No. Intelligence plus composure.
3.
So all 3 of you remember that it just kind of like popped in your head. Gaia kind of said in an oddly not so cryptic way, she needed something, and she said she needed the blood of a female and of a male.
Hmm.
Do you remember something?
Yeah. Guy needed the blood of a female and the blood of a male. What does it mean?
Maybe she.
Trying to conspire with Bacchus and Roman Demeter.
Ceres.
Ceres. Is that the same thing?
Well, blood of a female, blood of a male. That would apply to Mac and I, wouldn't it?
But Bacchus and Ceres were supposed to meet at the same spot.
Perhaps. And I suspect that may have been her original plan, but Mac and I would have been very ample replacements.
I also didn't bleed.
Correct. Perhaps her plan may have been foiled then.
Gaia is the Earth, so perhaps she needed your blood to land on the Earth.
A large amount of my blood was spilt. As far as I'm aware, none of the other men in the party bled.
Do we just go to team boys and team girls or something?
I don't think that'd be a good idea. As, while we are rather competent, I suspect it wouldn't be the best team compositions for every interaction.
Fair kind of
Besides,
that.
if we were
Yeah.
trying to separate all the time, then, well, the Argo 2 wouldn't be very safe, now would it?
And that would be what she wanted. She would want to drive a wedge between us in some fashion.
Mm-hmm.
As TT, you said, we are her greatest threat. That's why she made Johnny go after the Roman camp. And I'm afraid that she might try and do anything in her power in order to try and drive a wedge between any of us.
It'd be unwise to separate us all so much. Right now, all we have is each other. We're a team, and we need to back each other up.
Exactly. We need to stick together.
Well, we should definitely keep the open communication idea in mind. The sooner we let everyone else know, the better. I suspect she's going to try it again, since it's a pretty effective tactic so far.
Do you remember anything else about Gaia needing the blood of a female and blood of a male?
No, I don't remember anything like that. As Maria is just sort of feeding Anastasia.
Maria, get his stability back.
Did it? She did it.
We should all take turns feeding Anastasia. It'll give us stability.
It's great for stability.
No, it's only this is for Maria.
Stability is half right, so that's which means I do actually have enough to get one back.
Also, good news. I've done the extended action enough. Sam has repaired the structure damage on the boat and on the actual, shield module itself, and the shield itself once it recharges, it'll be
How
fine.
long does that take?
Well, it is I'm using the genius repairing a wonder thing, as Sam could have handily built a repair gun, which she probably will in the future, but she'll need more time for that. So this will probably take maybe 12 hours.
12 hours?
Yeah.
We got time.
I'll have Sammy roll those staying awake rolls now.
Alright.
If
Would you like to spend willpower on them?
Sure would.
Wouldn't want to fall asleep mid making and kind of make that extended action just stop halfway.
Yeah. Good news, Sammy stays awake for both of them.
Okay.
She finds one of James's hidden coffee stashes.
Who let her have the coffee?
The millisecond you're done, Johnny's gonna teleport behind you and make sure you go to sleep. You.
Yeah. As everyone, by this point, imagine, would go to bed. Except Sammy. And Ilyana.
Johnny says
Ilyana, as you're as you're just in your room, like scouring through all of Daedalus's files, going through, you're like, you're really having a hard time. It's really slow. Like you feel like you
Buffering.
could do this way faster if this were a book, but you don't really have experience in technology at all.
This what the fuck is a computer?
So it takes a much longer. But you find vaguely what you think you might be looking for.
Hmm.
A little file, just about ghosts.
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 Research these ghosts.
It's ghosts. Like the file is about ghosts.
Yeah.
Anything you'd know about Greek ghosts would apply to this file.
Alright. Any weaknesses of Greek ghosts?
I say this because I don't have an in-depth file of what to tell you about Greek ghosts besides that they're ghosts.
Salts? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know ghost weaknesses. I'll be honest. So salts?
Hmm?
I don't know. Maybe.
No, Greek ghosts. It's not salt.
What does the file say about Greek ghosts? Well, and what they do?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
As I said, it's just whatever you know about a ghost. I don't have a in-depth file. Greek ghosts are just kind of the same as regular ghosts. They for the most part, at least. I don't really have an in-depth thing to look at about ghosts besides ghosts.
Alright.
They can possess people, go through walls, disappear, and fly.
Go through walls, here and fly.
A tad more unique than the average zombie.
Liliana's gonna research how to exorcise a ghost.
But are they here to fight for me and you though?
No, they're here to fight. They're here to fight me and you.
Hey, Ileana.
Yeah.
You get the inkling that perhaps the Hades kid would know a little bit about
Oh yeah.
fighting
Yeah.
ghosts.
Oh yeah.
Ileana, you burst out of your room. Everyone is asleep.
No, Mac doesn't sleep.
No, you should sleep.
What? Nah.
This is 7 hours later.
After
dinner.
Mac's gonna try something out, but sure, I mean, I guess I can sleep if you want me to.
I mean, you don't have to sleep. I'm just saying, you probably should.
You could, I mean, if the sleep repair these conditions.
Does the sleep repair the conditions?
Yeah, these two conditions I got.
I believe the resolution implies that, yeah.
Alright, fine.
There you go. Will the sleep impair repair the conditions? Resolution gets restful sleep.
Liliana sets a very specific alarm to get exactly 8 hours of sleep.
You were awake for 7 of those hours. You can see like dawn coming up.
I'm gonna take a nap and then wake up.
What a beautiful experience. This is just like this is just perfect. Just a bunch of teenagers and college 20-somethings on a boat getting no sleep because they're too busy studying for their monster killing.
Oh, we got monster killing class soon.
Oh, these are monsters. No, because Liliana's 14. She's not college age at all.
I said multiple ages.
Multiple ages, sorry.
But by the time the sun comes up, Sammy is asleep in the engine room, draped over a bunch of metal and cables.
Yeah, about like 4 hours after like a lot of you wake up.
Johnny would have definitely gave her a pillow and blanket beforehand.
Which
It's a
during
routine.
those 4 hours, would you guys like to do anything? But like before Sandy finishes doing it.
Is Danny-
Here it goes. Drags Anastasia out. You're eating my food again. She goes to make eggs.
Are you like you're very asphyxiated with affixed with Anastasia now?
Twice, two interactions.
That is
That's
more
more
than
than-
Maria. That is more than any normal Maria Miss Vice Independent. Actually,
This is Maria we're talking about.
all right. Maria drag Anastasia out.
Yeah.
Mac doesn't wake up.
Danny would go and see what's up with Mac at one point.
He is slumped out. You've never
How much
seen Mac.
demigods? Oh, just go on.
What was it?
How much do demigods heal from rest? Demigod healing rules.
Let me look as a reminder. But you are looking at 1 lethal every 15 minutes and 1 aggravated every 24 hours. It has not been 24 hours, but you are full of.
Full of lethal.
How many minutes is in 8 hours? So there's about
480.
480.
Yep.
Okay. So divided by 15.
Be 32 lethal.
Is that all of your lethal?
Yep. TT
We
is
have to.
not
We
full
have
out,
to.
but-
We have to make sure with Sam. We have to make sure with TT.
We have to actually
Yeah.
attack with TT.
I can't just say 1 lethal every 15 minutes. All right, cool. You're healed.
Oh, you're full heal.
Yeah.
Still got your ag though.
Damage
Yep.
spawn.
He still has 7 ad currently.
Has not been 24 hours.
I mean, we have emoji at TT.
All right. Danny, you kind of check in on Mac and you see him slumped out, like in the most unnatural sleeping position, but you know that motherfucker must be
The
comfortable.
most comfortable position ever.
And those who get a full night of rest, full heal, your I-core. Ileana, because you only took like an hour nap, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, you only get half max back.
Alright.
And yeah, anything else you guys like to do in those 4 hours? Besides cooking dinner or cooking breakfast and all that?
Danny is awake now, right?
Hmm?
Danny is awake now, right?
Yeah. Eating breakfast.
Danny, can I talk to you in private when we're done here?
Yeah, of course. As he just
Why is everything gotta be in private nowadays?
as he just as he warps up his eggs, as he goes there and puts the dishes in the sink like a normal functioning person, and
It feels like a jab at someone.
they know, and yeah, as Danny asks, where do you want to go for this?
Just, I just don't want to risk anything. So it's just like the next room over.
He goes over to the next room over.
Could you check? Wait, so they were like possessed, right?
Yeah.
Well, I did some research on Daedalus' laptop, and the only thing I can really find is maybe they were possessed by ghosts. Check to see that, since you're a Hades kid.
Well, right as soon as we heard, Gaia speak, I activated my soul vision. And he points to his eyes. It allows me to see what type of things they are. Although something with good enough, stealth magic or stealth abilities would probably be able to get past it. He's been able to get past it before. And that's just manipulation. But I didn't sense anything. That's the problem. If I'd sensed a ghost, it would be, done.
Is it possible that they just snuck by you? with the sounds magic.
It's definitely possible. Like I said, Eve's done it. It's
Bless you.
possible. But it would have to be pretty strong ghosts
Well,
to manipulate Mac and TT's thoughts.
to be fair, they are under the employ of Gaia.
True. And, as they said, hazy memories. Like a dream, kind of. They remember shreds, bits and pieces, but generally they don't really remember most of the fight.
Yeah, like something was taking control over them.
Or just flipping a certain switch. Mac has been eager to fight, and it seems TT even more so.
They capitalize on their fatal flaws or something?
Possibly. Fatal flaws are pretty big thorn in every demigod's side.
This makes sense. But still, it couldn't hurt to at least check, just in case now that they aren't expecting it.
What do you mean, check?
Perhaps use your soul vision again, in case my ghost theory has any water, since I doubt they would expect it now.
Unless the ghosts are actively around us right now, I don't know how much it'll work. It's only activated for temporary amounts of time. Any more than that, and my eyes start to strain. I could keep it up for a while, but I'd rather keep it in top fighting condition.
Okay. So, I guess just keep it in mind whenever someone acts off.
Yeah, I'll keep it in mind. As Danny activates his soul vision, peeks after everyone's eating breakfast, peeks back in, shrugs. Nothing.
Oh, it was worth a shot. I guess I'll have to do more research on. Not yet. Yeah, I won't use it yet. Do I? Do I use it? Yeah, not yet. Not yet. I won't use it yet. Yeah, Ileana just nods and goes to eat breakfast.
Breakfast.
Around 12, whenever Sammy goes to sleep, Mac wakes up.
They're like the night and day. They cannot exist together. I'm awake.
As per expected, sometimes you wake up a lot later than you expect to, Mac.
How long was I out?
12 hours.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty normal.
As by now it's about noon. Oop, give me a moment. Mom's calling me.
But Mom, we got a session.
Seems to be going relatively swimmingly so far.
Don't jinx it.
So far.
Don't jinx it.
To the
Why
worst,
would you say that? Why would you say that?
Comparatively, yeah.
Why would you say that? Now the fates can hear you, Adam.
Fates aren't listening right now.
They can
Yeah,
hear you.
fuck the fates.
The Fates
Yeah,
are on a
fuck the
phone call.
Fates.
Fuck the Fates. Fuck the Fates.
Fuck your father. Fuck your father.
All my homies hate the Fates.
And then DT was struck by a meteor. It's like insulting the animators. You don't do that. They'll erase your legs.
We pals now, TT. We pals.
Yeah, we're battle buddies now.
Battle buddies.
Pals.
I attacked you with
Pals.
intent to kill. We're friends now.
Yeah.
Power.
Power.
I need
Power. More power.
I need more power.
I need a medic bag.
Right, we haven't gotten a Virgil in here yet.
Virgil.
Are you the Virgil, TT?
Yes.
That's all right. You have to. You
No,
have to
Mac
boost
is the Virgil. He's able to teleport really, really quickly, and he
If you think
You're
about
the
it, him
Virgil.
going into the River Styx was sort of the power.
He needs
ate
more
the fruit of the
power.
tree.
Well, TT, if you're the Virgil, I hope you do not become a parent.
TT's never gonna become a parent. Do you think she? Do you think she is Riz? Are you kidding me?
You're right. She has no rings.
No Riz.
TT is never going to become a parent.
Negative Riz. Negative Riz. If someone looks at TT and is rizzed up, then you know something's wrong with them, and they shouldn't have a kid. Fates will conspire.
Something's gone wrong.
The fates will conspire.
There's something malicious brewing with the face if someone looked at TT like that. Something malicious.
Malicious little creature.
Something malicious is brewing. Riz is dead.
Malevolent little creature.
Creature of dubious intent.
Creature.
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 Excuse you.
Excuse me?
Scusi.
Excuse me. He's on the run for a while.
Been on a call.
Got any small talk in universe?
We have no DM. We're lost.
We're lost. We're done for.
Then he goes over to Ileana. Ileana, can I ask a question?
Oh, yeah.
Can you pull up the original Castlevania sprites on Daedalus's laptop?
Well, now you see it, I was like, I mean, Google.
Can I what?
What? Wait, actually,
I want
that's
to see.
What?
I want to see the original text.
What's Castle?
The original text.
Like,
I need to know the founding texts.
they what? I'll be honest with you. What are you talking about? The Castlevania fairies sprites? What? Huh?
He holds up the Game Boy. The game, please.
What is that?
It's vital to my continued existence, Ileana.
Okay. I'll search up this Castlevania
Okay, I'll
sprite.
download
whatever
a
it is.
Game Boy emulator.
There's the creaking skull.
I'm back.
Danny,
we were talking about Danny started talking about Castlevania.
Danny got Ileana to Google the Castlevania sprites.
Well, you guys have a plan next?
We probably need to meet in the kitchen for all that. That seems to be the meeting spot.
Yeah, it's like our little mess hall.
Just
Sammy
sitting at
needs
the
a-
kitchen table.
Sammy Sammy requires a full 8 hours of sleep.
Sammy is passed out right now. Yeah.
It says Sammy's in her room.
Let her sleep. Who
She's
cares?
asleep.
Go to sleep. We'll do it. We'll discuss the plan with her after.
Johnny will barricade this room to make sure you get your 8 hours. God damn it!
DD is trying to relax in the kitchen, waiting for everyone else to show up.
Danny shows up pretty early, dragging Anastasia.
Ileana is continuing research on the laptop.
Is like Mac and Maria and people here?
Yeah, Maria eventually shows up. She's late.
What about Mac?
What about Mac?
Big Mac
He-
Thompson.
Does he's come to the kitchen for meeting times?
Yeah.
Cool. Well then, I think it's about time we discuss our next move. I think we're about finished here. Well, with Sammy sleeping and all. There's not much more we can learn from this area, so I suggest we move on. Perhaps try and find this giant.
Or we could try looking for Saris. See what she is. She seemed
That's
to have
another
caught
good
on
option.
before Brackus did.
Not to mention, our remaining thing of checking out Medea's shop.
It would be good to resupply and just see if there's anything there that could give us an advantage. Especially with someone like Sammy around.
Indeed. I expect she'd be able to find a good number of things there. While talking to Saris may be good, we have no way of locating where she is. Especially since she seems quite crafty.
I doubt that we could use the scanner just like how we did to find Bacchus.
Indeed. Bacchus, in many ways, wanted to be found, as he was waiting for someone.
So
I suspect it wouldn't be so good to find. It'd be quite hard to find a god intentionally in hiding. Well, firstly, I'm a vote that we go to Medea's place. It may be good to find there, and at the very least, cross off that it's already been looted.
yeah, and possibly destroy in case any monsters have any ideas.
And I wish to know the fate of Medea.
She looked pretty dead.
Well,
The doors of death are open. Mac and I realized that a bit ago, when discussing the doors of death. It's likely Medea's revived somewhere.
I guess we also have to decide who goes.
And, if I may, I don't wish to kill Medea again.
Are you sure?
Mac puts away his hands.
She is not a monster. She is a person, like us. She is not hardwired for evil. I
agree.
What happened last time, it had to happen. We were enemies on the battlefield and there was no other way out. But, given the choice, I would like to try peaceful times. I would like to give her a second chance, if everyone is in agreement with that.
Well, I'd prefer not to use the shredder on a human being, so I could agree to that.
I just want to avoid any sort of bloodshed. If possible.
I also don't want to kill someone.
Then let us do our best.
Mac looks between everyone, having been the one to kill her.
Murder is. It's like, man, like.
Mac's like, damn it, I wanted to kill her again.
Murder's like pretty alright,
Murder's
right?
pretty cool.
I see it every day.
Suddenly, murder is wrong.
However, there is one thing. I suggest that one of us, other than Sammy, learns to fly this. As, well, Sammy can't be flying at all hours of the day. I hadn't even realized it, but she's been running on for days of straight consciousness. She needs her sleep.
I can thrive pretty good.
Do you think you can figure out the controls?
Probably.
Well then. Whenever Sammy is indisposed, Maria, you will be designated driver.
Thumbs up.
Backup driver.
As long as I have time to myself. I am lying.
Ileana, I want you to help her try and decipher the controls. Your crafts domain may be useful.
Okay, I guess I could do that.
Plus, this will be a good experience for the two of you to work together. And Ileana will be the start of your training.
What's my training?
I want you to meet with me later to discuss that.
To eat with you, or to meet with
Yes.
you?
Meet.
Are they?
I understand. We're in the kitchen. It's easy to get your thoughts caught on food.
I'm a bit exhausted, so that's probably why.
So, does anyone have any objections to us investigating Medea's place?
No objection here.
Well,
Yeah.
shoot. Well, she's a magic user.
Go on, Yank.
Yeah, no, go on, Cody.
That was it.
Okay. Well, she is a magic user. So anything she could have its own meaning could be very useful.
Should I hang back just in case I did sort of?
I feel.
You think she'll hold a grudge? I mean, people hold a lot of grudges on me for some reason.
I'm more on the fence on Dewey.
I'm pretty sure she was holding the garage of Jason.
Medea is rather known for holding grudges from what I know of her legend.
Oh,
But if you not learn to forgive that, then she will not be able to go on the path to redemption either.
you feel.
Gonna forgive Max. She wasn't gonna forgive you or Maria either.
Or me.
Well then, Ileana, Maria, I want you two to go set course for Medea's, what was it? A market? Mall, right? You two go set course.
Was it
Department.
Ileana and Maria?
Yeah, Ileana and Maria.
Gotcha.
Department stores is the technical correct term.
Cool.
Did the Argo actually take damage?
We thought it did, but we didn't have structure rules, so I'm saying on breathing. Technically, yes and no. Not during the session, no, but it technically should have, judging by structure rules.
Okay. You repaired the shield's structure?
And yeah, so I realized I hadn't really fleshed out a full repairing rules, and I realized I hadn't. That there was a few kinks in the system, basically. As I forgot to track whether the shield itself needed full repairs, or whether it would just be the boss that needed repairs, and the shield would regen when it's activated. So I think we can just, that'll probably be like a brainstorming discussion thing for like after the session. To iron out Sammy rules, you know. Sammy's gonna have a few more bumps along the way, especially the Argo 2 in general, have a few more bumps along the way. So we encounter new situations with it. For now, I think it's repaired with the hodgepodge of rules that I did.
Okay.
But yeah.
The true Sammy grind set.
Henry Ryan said.
Alright, that should be good. Alright. So who wants to understand the controls?
I will.
Intelligence plus computers.
Let's go.
Alright. I must spend willpower on this. Hey, willpower, baby! Now it's 7! A single suck!
A single success.
Alright.
Ileana's friggin' tech illiterate. Jesus.
So Ileana understands the controls.
Yeah, I was saying like teamwork action, basically teamwork to help.
Ileana tries to explain a video game even though she's never seen a video game in her life.
The controls are now a the controls are now one of those racer simulators.
Racer simulators.
But controls are inverted, so Maria doesn't get that.
So they do it to Ileana.
Left is left, right is right. What do you not understand? This is stupid. It's suki.
I can, I can hit. Oh, I have a decent idea how to drive. But you know, you try doing it, huh?
So now Ileana, with that one success, will give you a +1 dice to understand, to roll your understanding of the vehicle. If I believe is the teamwork action you were talking about. That.
Yeah.
It works, yeah.
Ileana's explaining how video games work as someone who's never played a video game. Okay, so if you hold like the controller like this and like turning around like this.
Maria, roll intelligence plus computers +1.
Initial D.
Initial D.
Do you like
my boat?
My shit.
My boat.
Olympus Drift.
Multi-pantheon drifting.
Multi-domain drifting.
One success.
One success. Alrighty. So that means you can now pilot the boat at -3.
Ileana make another help action to help drive.
If you want.
Alright. What would it be plus drive?
You really put that up to God, didn't you?
It's Dex plus drive, right?
Yeah.
The roll?
Yeah, you really put that up to God, didn't you, Maria?
Yeah.
You didn't use willpower or nothing.
Help action? Do I gain any?
Well, did you use willpower?
No. She put that up to God.
mental skills have an unskilled of -3.
They do?
They do.
They do.
Well, that should have been a chance die.
Oh dear lord. Well,
Would
hey,
you like
wait.
would you like to spend willpower on it now?
Yeah.
Oh no.
It'll give you 3 dice.
Yeah. So that's
Send help.
0 with use willpower.
so it's a chance die.
0 with use willpower. That works.
Yeah. Chance die.
It's not a chance die.
Oh,
You hit 0 and then he hits like
0
willpower.
successes.
No. It's put 0 in the dice pool and use willpower. That works.
Gotcha. Man.
Unless you don't want to spend willpower on this. and you
No,
take symptomatic failure.
I was just confused.
It's okay. Maria does a barrel roll.
One success.
Okay. Same thing applies. You can use it at -3.
And Eliana help. Use another help action to drive.
Use Dex plus Drive -3.
Minus
Dex plus drive.
-3. I'm gonna spend another willpower on this. I got plenty of it.
I thought that was higher.
Another one suck. You're
Well,
barely.
Maria can get a +1 to her dice pool. Danny would be great here with cohesive unit, by the way.
Yeah.
Clownery. We are barely making the.
Yeah. Now that you mention, I keep forgetting that Conrad can do that.
God.
Conrad's great at that.
Well, I was just saying, cohesive unit gave buff to teamwork actions.
Yeah, but Danny isn't here.
Adam, while they're doing that, can you roll random encounter for me?
Sure. What dice am I rolling?
I believe a D35. Let me double check.
Okie dokie.
1 success.
D35, yes. 1 success.
Mm-hmm.
That's good enough. I thought Maria's drive was higher.
No.
I have rolled a 1.
A1?
Oh no.
A1. 1-1.
I'm just gonna.
Okay. Okay.
There you go.
Okay.
Do you want a music change?
No, it's fine. I mean, I do, but I got it.
Good.
Allow me to change locations within my home.
Oh no.
How are y'all doing today?
Like in game or
Universe.
or out of
Ah, shit, I should have brought a fucking mucus bottle. Hold on, give me a moment.
it. Vegas bottle.
I imagine Maria and Ileana are just fighting over the controls.
Should we just leave it as salmon?
She's asleep.
She's asleep.
Yeah.
Matt could just take everyone, really. Everyone
I know.
just take turns, pop on my back, and we'll go there manually.
There's 7 of us.
We'll leave Sammy here asleep, it'll be fine.
Also, we need a return trip back.
Yeah, we'll just run back.
How much would that cost?
Man, this is what happens when you have more freedom. Mike
All right.
gives us more freedom, and it all goes.
We have been given too much freedom. Now we will die.
What? What's the problem? What's the problem with that?
Nick?
Music. Alright. Let me get what I think would be proper music for this.
Have we been listening to this same theme since the beginning of the session. I just realized.
Yes, the entire time. You're listening to the Hotline Miami hospital theme for the entire time.
No one has changed it.
That's what I asked.
Okay, what was the random encounter? Do I do that?
We're doing
Yep.
that right now.
I rolled a 1.
Oh,
What kind of music you want?
I'm getting it.
Mhm.
Alrighty. You can stop robot for a moment.
just stop it.
Yeah, stop him.
I killed him.
Let me get. Maria, as you and Ileana are working together on driving, you are just kind of driving, following the scanner / sort of GPS on the way to Chicago, specifically where you remember, around the area where you would remember, specifically Ileana and Mac in this case, would remember where in Chicago Media's department store is. And you hear something
Hmm?
in the distance as you hear I'm back! As you hear something just hits the side of the Argo 2,
What the fuck?
and you look over and you see what looks to be. Is that a giant waterbed with arms?
Oh my god.
He's returned!
He's back!
He's back!
I have returned, friends.
What the fuck? What the hell?
Thought
What
you
the
got
heck?
rid
is
of
going-
me.
Who is this?
Who are you?
Who the fuck?
Someone any of you know?
No.
I
What was that
am
sound? Krusty!
Dude, Mac looks over. Krusty!
Krusty!
Procrustus has returned. as you see him stuck in the waterbed.
How did you get here?
You vaguely remember that that's the same waterbed that he was in.
Yeah! Krusty! Krusty, we haven't seen you in so long!
I believe you haven't. As a title name, like a fucking Yakuza dynamic intro comes up, as this is the title of the random encounter.
Right.
Krusty returns, a rising vengeance.
What am I
And let
looking
me
at?
let me tell ya, I've got a pretty good deal, demigods.
Oh no, where is Anastasia? Don't let her on the waterbed!
No.
As the two arms kind of come up like Doc Ock.
Oh my god, it's Bedman.
I'm here to settle the score.
How
Roll
did you even do this?
I am a builder of beds.
I built beds.
You forget, this is my domain, beds. Does
Roll initiative.
everyone, or just
Step back, guys. Danny and I will take this.
leave?
Yeah,
leave
as
to me.
Danny puts his arm out and smiles to Mac.
This is our score to settle.
TT shrugs. Just like a casual smile. Alright. We'll be
I-
cheering you on.
Okay. What? Why is Ileana would know who Procrustus? Why is Procrustus here?
Lead our way back.
I feel like I'm very lost in some context. I can't believe Adam Luck actually. Adam Luck pulled through.
TT just like sits down, pops up one of the sodas, and just sort of starts just drinking from it a bit. Even under the cover.
Oh fuck no! Krusty, he made contact with sheets.
Assemble bad initiative.
Who's on initiative duty?
I got it. What's Danny's initiative?
I don't think Cody's here.
Ah.
Alright, I'm back. Alright, let me roll. Come on, Danny. You should be faster than that. It's Krusty.
It's Krusty.
All right, Mac first.
As usual.
I hold my turn. I want to see what he can do.
I want to see.
I want to see what you got.
Let's play this. This is a remix I just now found. By Light Meta S.
Procrustus.
Procrustus.
I told this to Mike, but whenever I hear the full name Procrustus, I always think of Tobuscus, and they said like that.
Procrustus.
Procrustus.
You don't seem to understand. I'm not the same Krusty you met before.
Yeah, I can tell you have like arms now.
I've
presenting
built
some kind of
myself up.
history.
I've built myself up from the roof, from the frame up. Now, even you may not reach my power.
How did you do that?
Now, which one of you is Danny and Mac?
Hey, Krusty, it's us. Over here. He points to Mac himself.
You got old and taller.
We did, yeah.
How'd you get so tall?
We're like 20 now.
Yeah.
20. I wasn't a lot of that for that young.
We saved the world a couple times, Krusty.
We killed Kronos.
Well,
Yeah.
not this time, friends. Scrap. As he holds up the arms.
Mac. Krusty. It seems we three have been reunited for this day.
High up in the sky.
Thousands of feet above sea level. But the waterbed cushions you over the same.
Were you in California? How did you get here?
You walked.
By rockets, clearly.
Wait, where's Sammy? As he looks around.
She's asleep.
I'm glad to see that banter between us has never changed and it gets nowhere like usual.
I've never forgotten it, of course.
I've never forgotten.
Now enough talk, Scrap.
As he looks over to Ileana. Ileana, get Sammy in here. She needs to see this.
I could just write it down. She needs her sleep.
Who has a video recorder?
You know, TT's already pulling out her phone to do a video recording.
Danny's like, yeah, TT. As he like pumps his fist. Come on, Krusty, let's do it, just like old times.
Ileana pulls out a
We never fought.
I mean, you know,
No, hypothetical old times.
hypothetical.
Ileana's gonna pull out a notebook.
Too bad the redacted timeline isn't here.
Redacted timeline.
You know, seeing Krusty reminds me of...
And
I feel like we're missing someone. I don't know, someone with a.
universe explodes because I remember.
Where is
fucking
the older
Do you
child?
remember Tatsuya, so the universe explodes?
Hey, hey, can I just say, friends? Mac, can you please take your damn turn?
I said I hold my turn.
Danny's turn.
As Danny puts up his fisticuffs. All right, Krusty, give us your best shot.
Oh, you want me to attack first?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. Word.
Word. Respect.
Recruit Krusty. Recruit Krusty.
As he holds out the arms. You might need some repair after this. As he holds out the arms,
What is that even
and
a
then
pun
you
for?
see, in the like kind of arms that in the bed just kind of open up. Ching! Oh, that's a missile. Just straight into the foyer.
Can you at least aim for Mac and Danny, please?
He is.
That's going to be difficult to clean up.
He is.
Mac and Danny, can you please get off the ship?
Well, we are in the air. That'd be a little difficult for them.
I mean, not
now
really. It'd be difficult for Danny, but
Now let me roll. Defense, Danny.
Defense.
Defense against
and,
missiles.
and
defense.
defense. And defense, Mac.
Defense is 5.
14.
Okay. I'll go with the higher here. Alrighty. How close would you guys say you are to Mac and Danny?
Nowhere near.
I mean, we were just at dinner, so probably we're all fairly close.
I just imagine all of you guys kind of came up, and like Mac and Danny are like kind of like at more near the edge of the ship.
Stand back,
Yeah.
guys.
Like I know, like Ileana is at least at the control deck.
TT, you feel kind of close. You feel close enough. Not close enough, but close
Yeah.
enough.
Mm-hmm.
What's your defense?
What's your defense?
Defense. TT's defense currently would be. Oh, I need to remove all her buffs. We're high up, right? Would you say we're in heavy winds?
The ship moves is 300 miles an hour.
Okay. So that is. TT's defense is currently 16.
Okay. Okay, so you're looking for that. Nothing. And for Mac, it would also be that. Alright. TT, you've been close enough. You take 7 bashing from the shrapnel. And Danny and Mac, specifically Danny in this one. Danny, you take 8 aggravated.
Oh, is it too late to use the downgrade?
It's a bit too late.
Okay.
You have your armor on, don't you?
Danny fucking dies.
So that reduces it to 1.
Yeah, you have your armor on, though.
Danny fucking dies.
Wait, no, that's reverse. So he takes 3 aggravated.
And
Instead.
Mac, you take just a solid 5.
Ag.
Lethal now.
Yeah.
But you would have taken Ag.
Yeah.
As he just fires 2 missiles. Like, honest to God, rockets. out of his claws, and then they just it just explodes in front of Danny and Mac. Danny, you take actual damage as you feel like flames and force lick across your body. And Mac and Danny, you just get like like fucking like punch in the gut basically, Danny, as you get like sent flying back as a missile hits you in the fucking sternum.
Max stands there like fucking Zoro.
And Tintin, you just kind of hold up your arms a little bit as some shrapnel like kind of hits your arm.
Oh my.
What in how? Bed? Huh?
Danny like stands up. Man, Krusty, you weren't lying.
Oh, so we're like not like playing around. It's just actually okay.
No, I am trying to kill you.
I thought it was gonna be a fun reunion.
I've never quite liked you guys. You guys trapped me in a
I don't know. I feel like I always thought it'd be fun.
Yeah. See, I thought it was just a pretty funny encounter. You know, I thought it was fun.
I mean, it was pretty fun, but you know, orders and all that.
If we like let you out of the bed, would you stop?
No, I mean, why would I? That wouldn't help anything. I would just fall.
Do you like work for a guy?
I imagine his
or-
legs are probably
I do.
atrophied by now.
I do work for Gaia, yes.
Oh, really?
Actually,
Oh.
I'm a monster, so I actually don't atrophy at all. I just regenerate.
Oh.
Oh, that's
So you're telling me
Oh,
guy
this is an
is
assassination attempt.
Yeah,
I think
but,
I think
yes.
I think it's more of a grudge match.
No,
Definitely
it's,
more of a
it's,
grudge
it's, it's a bit of both, yes. I'm here to kill you, though. That is. I tried to kill you before, and I'm trying to kill you now. Just as a reminder, I'm a malicious entity.
I know you had like this like funny lore, by the way. I am actually going to kill you.
Like I get the joke, but I am actually evil.
I'm super evil.
I understand the means, but like I murdered like a bunch of people. I'm actually evil.
Do you guys understand that my way to kill people was by stretching them?
And,
Isn't that
and,
kind of fucked up?
and also like slicing off their limbs. Like, dude,
Yeah, if they look, man.
I'm honestly surprised to let me live the first time. Honestly,
Well, it was a whole thing. Fun fact: did you know that I use genius rolls right now?
Wow, that explains the aggravating you just did.
I mean, like
Well, no, the missiles explain the aggravated I just did.
Anyways, I'm gonna take my action now.
Yeah, you're doing the thing where you enjoy communicating with me so much that you keep talking back.
I honestly feel really bad that I have to kill you, kill you.
I'm not sure why.
From what it sounds like, did you not leave him strapped to the bed for almost half a decade?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we did do that.
That feels almost crueler than killing.
I mean,
yeah, like,
I mean, I'm not. It's kind of not really that. It's a very comfortable bed. But, you know. It's more the time and business wasted.
I mean, yeah, I guess it would like hurt
And during
sales.
my time while I was strapped to this bed, I crafted it into a masterpiece of ultimate destruction and comfort.
Does that mean you figured out how to leave?
No, why would I do that? How could I figure out how to leave? I'm stuck in the waterbed.
He raises a good point.
Do you understand what that entails? I can't move.
Wait, if you can't move, how were you able to craft the bed?
I could've sworn there was.
I just built it, obviously.
He's got you there.
Your hands? Did you have like mobility with your hands, or
Keep talking, and I'm gonna slap you next.
what did I do?
Mac,
talk
Danny,
He looks.
Yeah.
would you two like some bonuses?
Bonuses how?
Well, I am, after all, a holder of the leadership domain, or kingship domain. I can give you a few words of encouragement, transforming them into actual physical bonuses you can feel.
Are you guys,
That'd be
Buffs,
good.
as they were.
are you guys conspirating while I'm right here?
Yes.
I was just gonna punch him. Speaking of,
Oh, I give you very many attempts to do that, Mac. Big
Yeah.
Mac. That was your name, right?
yeah, Big Mac.
Yes, I will never forget the name of my sworn enemy in this.
My rival.
I could do something fun.
What could you do?
Danny looks. I wonder.
What are you looking at?
As he looks, what was it? Argo? No.
I have a very fun idea. I'm gonna try to knock him down, then he'll be on the bed normally.
No, not Argo.
What's your
Arrow.
defense, Progressus?
Defense.
Yeah.
Well, as you can see, I'm in a chair, so it's a 5. I'm in a bed, so it's about like 5.
Alright, that sounds legit.
What was it?
All out attack.
I don't know why you want to do that.
His heart is in the battle.
Actually, I don't even need all out attack. I just need a 10-foot running start. Wait, hold on. Let me back up a little bit. My road action.
I feel like crusty everywhere system.
Crusty.
I love Krusty. He's funny.
Krusty's so good.
I'm
so
glad we
funny.
see him back. It's good to see him back.
Krusty, the squeakquel.
Yeah, he was a roll. Krusty is a Roland in the natural one.
Fan
That's it.
favorite.
Hypest part of Mark of Athena right here.
We
I feel like I feel like this is way more important than Mark and Athena.
I suppose so.
He just don't reflect if we spend 2 Icar and give Danny and Mac a +1 bonus to the defense.
A plus what?
+1 bonus to Danny and Mac to their defense. By spending
Alright,
2
so-
Icar.
By the way, Mac, you only gain 5 Ichor back.
Yikes. Okay, anyway, that's 12 lethal. Wait, 12
as-
plus 5
12 plus 5.
lethal.
As you like you kind of jump backwards and like charge forward, as you throw your fist out and just collide with like, are you trying to hit him?
Yeah.
As it kind of like kind of hits like basically an AT field. There's just a fucking force field in between you and the fist. Before you just kind of like force your fist through and only deal 2 lethal to him as you just like punch him. He's like, "Ugh! Oh no, I'm not.
He's got a WB field. Waterbed field.
It's an AC field, an absolute comfort field.
And then you hear like as he starts like levitating up, like on par with the Argo 2, with 2 arms pointed down, like lifting him up. I cannot stress enough to you how little physical damage affects me, like if in the long term. As I am now, I am almost completely undefeatable. I could beat you as you are now.
That did knock him down, by the way.
Yeah.
Just saying all of this while lying. Oh my god, wait! He's knocked down, but he's on a bed! Oh my god, he's unstoppable!
He is in fact already knocked down.
Oh my god!
He's already knocked
He's unstoppable!
He's invincible, unbeatable, unmatched.
I don't think you seem to understand just who you're dealing with here. I am really the Procrustes, like from Greek myth.
I don't think you did any of
I
this.
mean,
in
we
that.
kind of wrapped our head around that one when we met you the first time.
QT raises his hand. If I may ask, I'm unfamiliar.
Oh,
What's
What's his deal?
Yes, a weird one. Explain my legend or whatever while we fight.
Alright. The accurate version.
I'm glad Eliana understands. She's a weird one.
There you go. There you go.
What do you
Danny?
see,
All right.
Talia? Procrustes was a son of Poseidon with a stronghold in amount, I'm not going to pronounce that, on a secret race between Athens and Lycius. There, he had an iron bed in which he invited every passerby to spend the night and killed it, and killed everyone. So
Who's
basically,
explaining
if
this?
it,
Whose voice is this coming down from the sky?
I don't know. I just kind of do that. He killed everyone by stretching them if they were too short, or chopping off their extras if they were too tall. He continued his reign of terror till he was captured by Theseus, traveling to Athens on the sacred way, who then fitted Procrustes in his own bed, killing him. However, as he is a monster, he managed to reform, and likely this was how Mac and Danny encountered him the first time, as I was not present in that encounter. And yeah, that's basically the long and short of Procrustes.
As Danny draws Ophis starts swinging it.
Oh, I don't remember that. Where'd you get that from?
Oh, I always had it. I just didn't really use it.
Nope, that was never that. Like, why is it a different color?
Oh, this is what it originally was. It just had sort of like a active camo thing on it.
That's stupid.
So you question that, but not like the points of this, like gauntlets.
You had gauntlets before. I mean,
I
they're
did,
different.
didn't I?
They look different. Did you get new ones?
Yeah.
Would you like to attack me now?
I mean, I already attacked you.
Danny's attacking. Don't worry. Don't worry
For
about it.
defense. For defense. I just realized I could kill you guys with this like aerosol can that's like air and like it's like a duster. So it's like sprayable air for like keyboards and stuff.
What?
I could kill you guys if I just like use this on my headphones.
No!
Don't. But
I'm not gonna, but I just realized that I could totally do that.
You can
It's a
smite
bit-
us.
It's a bit too mean.
Danny's gonna spend willpower to use his
Personally, I was more worried about Procrustes having that.
You don't know that.
Danny got 2 successes,
Because-
which is 4 lethal total.
2 successes, 4 lethal total.
Mhm.
As it doesn't work. I told you. I've made an impenetrable wall and the ultimate offense. I am all of the above.
I am
He is all of him.
me. I am him.
With me. Now, go. Arms! Ah!
Wait, didn't he already give his turn though?
What?
You already didn't turn.
Yeah, 'cause Mega-
Remember we were holding our turns?
Yeah, the monster trio held their turns, and then you took your turn, and then they took
No.
turns after you.
No, it's the new turn now because you didn't do anything.
Well, no, we took our turns after he took his turn because Ileana, Johnny, and Maria are technically still there, but I mean they didn't skip. They didn't say they skipped it yet.
I feel like this is a bit
So
of
technically, right now it's their turn, and then the new turn happens, and then Mac and Danny get to go again.
I feel like I'm gonna like that. I feel like that's a bit much. I'm just gonna. No.
That's their plan. That's the way it works. We held our actions for that. We wanted him to go first, see what he could do.
I mean, like, I can hold my turn if you don't. If you're
Ileana can
Rhea doesn't
use her
care.
turn right now. Use Eye of Heaven on him, Ileana.
I was gonna do the. You know, I have Heaven would probably work better.
Ileana, use Eye of Heaven.
Huh, the enemy! As, I guess I'll just use the Eye of Heaven. Discern. It's time for me. Discern. And any supernatural weaknesses he might possess.
Dies in his bed.
Wait, that's a weakness. That's a fate, not a weakness.
That is the same thing.
Apparently his weakness is that he dies in his bed.
Oh my god, he's an epitaph.
What's an epitaph? I'm pretty sure that was in... Yeah, that's an instant action. I think the glasses are an instant action.
Well, go on and have your turn again, cheaters.
Do you guys need help, or like you got this?
How you feel, Danny?
I mean, kind of hurts.
I mean, like if you want help, I could try to curse them or something. Do you?
What was that?
I can.
Come on.
Do you want me to like try to curse them or something, or do you guys got this?
You can try, yeah.
Yeah, that one was just he just zoned down and ignored the fuck out of you.
I was looking at Danny's.
Let me try.
Well, it's Johnny's turn now,
Oh.
I suppose.
I suppose.
Johnny, use reverse healing technique, reverse curse technique on Danny. He has a lot of aggravated.
I mean, you know, I'll be honest with you. I'd either have to curse Danny, or walk up to him, which I'm not doing. I'm not taking this.
That is fair. He does have explosions. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Danny. I'll heal you up after. Not right now.
Don't forget
Johnny.
you take half the damage.
Exactly.
Give Percrustus a curse.
All right. I'll
Yeah,
try.
curse that fuck.
Do you want me to spend stability on risk stability on this?
You can
It's
get
Percrustus.
you can it is Procrustus. That is true.
That means
It
he's
is
the most dangerous foe we've ever met. So yeah,
True.
Bro,
True.
It's pretty threatening, guys.
Bro, risking stability gets you a beat at the end.
Hey, yo, I mean, it is for Crustus. He is a pretty big deal. He is pretty terrifying. I think I'm gonna risk stability for this.
Oh, truly.
All right, so I will.
You have damage, Johnny.
Oh yeah, wait. So did I get the one lethal or the one aggravated from TT?
You get both, but the one lethal would heal with time, so
All
you
right,
have one aggravated on you.
cool. All right, then all right, and for my stability risking benefits, I will gain half rank for the dice roll, and remove Krusty's 10 again.
It has to be contested. You're
Yeah,
on
the
this
curse
roll? Okay.
Yeah, the curse is contested. All right. It would be this plus what is half of 7?
What is half of 7? 3.
Wait,
Round
all
up
right.
4.
And do we round up or round down in Chronicles? I forget.
I just said round up.
Round up. Okay, got it. And I'll spend willpower on this as well. All right. Roll your defense for Crustus. Or like roll your break as well. So yeah, let me just get rid of that. Let me just get rid of that. There you go. I can see that, Mike. Rude. That was rude.
No, it isn't. It's true.
It's easier.
No, it's not. That was the curse you rolled?
Yeah, 4. And then he spent 4 iCore to do it. Does he get anything? Or did they just die?
They tied. Which
Damn.
means it doesn't work.
His willpower is very strong.
That means you failed, Dan.
Oh no, my curse is
Here we go.
Oh,
First
God,
stability rest, and it's a failure.
Without failure.
So
Hey, it's a beat for you.
Hey, you get 2 beats.
Johnny keeps getting L's. Why does curse fail him?
Also, I believe he needs to make a breaking point here.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 3 beats actually.
Hold on,
Yeah.
let me like.
And you lose 2 stability if you failed the
Yeah.
dramatic hit. Does he lose 2 stability if he fails a dramatic failure, or just 2 stability flat out?
I feel like I need to take a penalty.
It would be lose 1 stability from risking willpower, and then if he fails the breaking point, that's to lose another stability.
Alright.
Do you
Yeah.
really
Do I get
want
any
the
penalties for
first,
this
the
breaking
first,
point?
fucking, what's it called?
Tragic
Just-
power.
Mainline tragic power to come from Justice.
Do you
No,
really
it's
want
okay.
that? Because it sounds like you guys
It's
really
okay.
want that.
The penalty is just gonna be a -1.
Okay.
It's just crusty.
It's just I don't know, man. Johnny's not been having a good week.
So
Alright,
yeah, you get 3 beats from this.
Jesus, alright, four successes on the breaking point roll.
Alrighty. Well, so he only loses 1 stability, right?
Yes.
Okay. You lose 1 extra stability.
Alright.
Or is it he just loses the stability he already lost?
So he risked the stability,
Mhm.
And
and
failed.
he failed. So that stability he risked is gone, and he loses 1 stability, and the breaking point has a potential to remove a second one.
So he
Actually,
lost
wait,
that
no.
stability. Okay.
Actually, wait, hold on. That was full dice pool. I forgot to do the -1. There's still a chance. 2 successes. Yeah, no, he still got it.
How many did you get?
I rolled first breaking point.
He rolled
then I
2
forgot-
successes on his breaking point.
Yeah, because I forgot the
For a
-1.
moment, I thought you said you rolled 6.
Yeah, like
That would
originally I rolled
have been funny.
6.
Anyways, as you like hold out your hand and you feel like as your hand in that claw motion, be engulfed in like dark fire, like dark like maroonish fire, kind of. As it kind of like you pointed at him and it just kind of and it, like clangs against his quote unquote AT field.
Why do I even bother?
I'm sure it will work eventually. It
I
has
feel
to
like it
work
won't.
eventually. It has to work eventually.
I have a very bad track record for this, and
I mean, it literally has to work eventually.
I feel like this is going to be one of those days.
It's okay, buddy. Maria.
She looks at him. Is this really what we're doing right now? looks over to TT.
You seem to understand. You seem to get the implication that I'm a fucking joke.
Yeah. Yeah.
Indeed.
That is exactly what I'm doing.
You seem to get the implication that Procrustes is a joke.
Yeah.
Alright.
That's what I mean.
This is a
Oh.
very
Oh, that's how it is.
Da.
Alright. I think it's about time we put in some effort for this. I still need to record, but go ahead, Maria.
As rolls her shoulders as
I'll show
steam
you.
billows off her
I'll
as
show
she
you the
grows. As a reflexive action, spending 2 ichor to turn into her prime form. I was looking through her powers to decide which one to use, and the one that it said you might hurt yourself. I thought it said you might shit yourself, and I was like, "What?"
You might shit yourself.
Shit his pants.
That's a Kawaii power.
Why?
You might shit yourself.
Alrighty. As she's gonna
Like
activate her,
turning to violent shit.
Speaking of,
I know.
going to as an instant action activate her Cadmus Legacy
okay.
with Resolve plus Occult. Resolve.
What are you gonna do with it?
I gotta summon the thing first.
Well, you can. No, what you're doing is you're manifesting it, and you can pick it to do certain things, and you manifest it, like upon manifestation.
She's doing the thing where she just like uses gauntlets, like the twin lion fist type shit. I believe she gets. Yes, she gets 9 games. 4 successes.
And TT's turn.
Zizi holds up her hands, or holds up one hand, the other one's holding the phone, as a bit of like wind begins to swirl around all of the 8. Well, I would say 8 demigods, but there's not all of the 8 are here. All the demigods here, as I would like to use the inviolable unity turning power, where TT can give other people. She can't give herself armor, but she can give other people armor. And I'm going to spend a point of willpower, if that's all right.
No, it's not. Would you like the risk ability?
No, I'll pass.
Damn
Do
it!
it.
You gave. Come on, it's not so bad.
Do it. Do it.
I'll save it for a better moment. But for now, everyone in the party, TT included, gains 1 armor.
Nice.
And then Danny, you get an additional 4 armor on top of that, and I'm giving 3 points to Mac whenever he gets back.
How much you giving
When
to Maria?
Mac gets back.
Here, I'll write it down.
And as whoever she gave armor to, there's just golden lightning sparks around you.
So Danny has another 5 armor total.
Here.
Because that means Danny has the potential of 15 armor.
Here we go. That's the bonus she gave to everyone. And that is CT's instant action. As she sent that out to everyone.
Yeah, this is pretty good. Thanks, TT.
Wonderful. Adam, can you send me the Genius book so I can look at something real quick?
Can do.
And Danny, go have your turn.
All right. As as Danny looks, he takes a little bit of fun out of it. I think I remember. As he stands, looks over at Krusty. Ergo.
See? You almost got me there. But I changed it to a different word. You almost got me there. It's a different word now.
It's a different word.
Yes.
Revenge?
Also, you didn't snap your fingers.
Okay.
It's not revenge. You also didn't snap your fingers, so.
Yeah, I know.
It was a valiant effort, Danny.
Argo!
That's the name of our ship.
No.
That'd be funny if he named it after the ship, you know? As he looks over at Ileana. Hey, Ileana, can you read thoughts?
Yank isn't here.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He'll ask that after.
And Anastasia can.
Where's Anastasia? Oh, yeah. As Danny is going to look at him. All right, time to finally try out this. As he is going to snap both of his fingers, as he's going to summon some ghosts. He's going to use Field of Regret by spending 1 Ichor per target, which is 1, and 1 willpower, roll presence plus empathy plus half rank versus the target's resolve, to just send a bunch of ghosts to him.
Woman ghost.
What is this?
Hey, Yank.
Yes.
Yank. Danny turns to Ileana. Hey, Alien, can you read minds?
Not. I don't think so.
Man, we need to find out the code word. If we find out the code word, he'll just jump right out of the mech.
I mean, like, I
But
could
it would be impossible to find or deduce. So you should just give up.
possibly to deduce.
I have changed the name of the word to something else. You'll
It used to
never
be
able-
ergo. But it's not anymore.
You'll never find out.
TT grabs out of the snack from the fridge.
Yeah, Danny spends 1 willpower, spends 1 ichor, and then step domain. That is presence. So presence.
You. Damn you.
And then this is using that. So willpower. 7 successes for the Field of Regret. What Field of Regret's effect? Exceptional success. Well, success and then exceptional. The demigod targets the ghost. Target directs the ghost to any targets they can see. The dead assail the living by passing through them, inflicting them with unbearable loneliness, and inflicting the invocation's roll successes as points of lethal damage. Each target also loses 1 willpower point. Exceptional. The target loses 2 willpower points instead. So that is 7 lethal.
Okay. It just kind of. His face all like fizzle out from his field as the ghost just kind of charge forward. He does lose 2 willpower.
I should get out of the waterbed business.
I don't think you understand how strong I am now. You keep thinking I'm just a joke. I'm not. Procrustes is not a joke.
Didn't you just say you were a joke, though?
No, I'm not. You literally made that up. You, girl who grew big.
Maria points. She just like looks.
Maria, what's your defense?
Maria's defense,
Yeah.
is a solid 8.
Is this enough of a joke for you? He just sends his claw out.
He's pulling his
is-
claw out.
Maria, 8 aggravated.
8 aggravated.
Yes.
Oh god.
As the claw just spins and just toward you.
Maria has 1.
You take
plus
2
1
ag
with
from
that.
this. 2 ag from this.
Yeah. So
As he just like, as you feel TT's like assistant like helping, as you feel like the like kind of like start drilling through your stomach and just push you backwards.
as she looks up, looks down at herself. Yes, I still think it's a bit of a joke.
Okay. You know what? I didn't want to have to do
As
this.
her wounds are already steaming.
I didn't want to have to do this. I didn't want to do this. I didn't want to have to do this, but I'm gonna have to. You forced this upon yourselves.
She looks like expecting like, okay.
I have to wait my turn, retard.
Rude.
Does he say in universe?
No.
Making sure. How powerful?
Whose turn is it now?
Eliana.
I'm gonna use the glass.
Use your damn glasses.
See,
While you're doing that,
what was the roll for the glasses again? It was like wits plus.
you have it on your sheet.
I'm looking for it.
It's in merits, you weirdo.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, now you're being tripped up by your.
No.
Johnny's turn. So after you're done with that.
Alright. One suck, she did it. Alright, and for Johnny, I don't. Second time's a charm.
It's bound to work eventually.
I'm spending another willpower for this. Please just work once. I also have a very odd tendency to. I have a very odd tendency to tie.
TT goes over, puts a hand, just like puts a reassuring hand on Johnny's shoulder. I'm going to spend 3 acre to reflexively use the community of power. When one member of the basically, it's like when someone uses a distillation because it's Promethean, but in this case, it's just powers. TT can turn it into a teamwork action with the user as the primary actor.
Thank you, TT.
TT just gives him a few pats. Your curse is a teamwork action now.
So who would like to roll and add on to it?
Yeah, I believe it costs. It says, let's see, any and all members of the Thrawn may contribute pyros that help charge the Alabama and add success to the final results roll.
Anyone
So
want to help?
I guess we spend a point of Ichor to add in our 2 cents as a teamwork action. That's how I'm interpreting it.
Danny wants to add an Icor.
I showed you the T. Yeah, I mean TT's powers. The TT power doc should have it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, don't forget. Right now, you have a +2 dice to all actions dedicated to helping the team.
Yo.
Yeah.
Cohesive unit.
Yeah, alternate cohesive unit.
Alternate.
Yeah, legally distinct. Because we didn't know what it was.
Great. Please just work once in canon. Liliana succeeded in doing math. Yeah, Liliana is not going to give Johnny willpower. He has 2 Icor.
What's your verdict, Mike, on the power?
I just got TT's powers.
All right.
I can't wait for us to beat Krusty here, and then he appears on the final battle against Gaia again.
Which one did you? That one.
Like, I'm just imagining, like, Krusty attacking Gaia and just going, nobody kills them but me.
Yeah, it appears that you can. It appears that you can spend your own Icor to give successes.
Nice.
So anyone wants to give Icor?
Yeah, Danny.
How much?
What's the cap?
There is none.
Well, I don't think we give. I think it's like you pay 1 Icor and then you make it a teamwork action. Like you like roll and add your successes to their dice pool. At least that's how I think it works.
Hmm.
Would you say that's correct, Mike?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so you spend Icor to get the ability to teamwork it.
TT will spend a point of Icor to teamwork it.
It's a rank plus resolve roll is what he's doing.
Okay.
Thankfully, this is enough time for Lemon to potentially get done shitting.
Everyone, lend me your energy.
6 successes for TT. Here's your 6 dice.
plus 6 dice.
TT gave Johnny 6 dice. Anyone else want to chip in?
Marie ain't that far yet.
we have not we've shared like 2 lines. It's okay.
You
I
joining
get
in,
it.
Danny?
Yeah, he joined in.
All right, then
Hey,
spend
Danny.
Walker and roll rank plus resolve.
Already spent it, so right, let's resolve. Oh boy, that's 20.
You have 10 resolve.
Well, oh wait, hold on. I didn't pay Icor to activate the armor. Never mind. So it's just
It's 17.
yeah, it's 17.
You're really good. That's the power of the Ghost King.
He said you have 10 resolve.
4 successes.
A +4.
All right. So Johnny would have a total of plus 10 to his roll.
Plus the +2 for Danny's passive.
Total of plus 12 then.
Alright. 24 dice. Mac, do you want to spend?
Mac is not here.
He's not here.
I'm sure it'll
Looks
be
like it's these two are the ones who were buffing you.
Alright.
Sammy would, but she's asleep.
Yeah, she's sleeping.
Honk you. Maria's just lazy and doesn't want to do it.
Maria's just like, get back.
Sammy won't be up for another 6 hours, so
Yep.
Are you? Oh my god. Are you serious right now?
Hey, here's another funny thing that Danny can give you with his alternate cohesive unit. Danny, right? Oh, it's only failed. So
this is a failed roll, technically.
Oh yeah. All team members can reroll a failed result once per scene.
Thank you.
Reroll.
How do you do that, Johnny? How do you get to that?
We're giving you so much here, Johnny.
Johnny, you can do it. Yeah, Danny's just like he starts to fumble, and then Danny's like, Johnny, you can do it. I believe in you.
We can do it. The power of friendship.
I'm so
Whoa.
with you. Okay. Let's try this again. Okay,
Maybe-
7 for part
maybe-
1.
Maybe spend willpower on the 20 dice for the better algorithm.
It's okay. It's okay. He got 12 socks.
Hey, that's an exceptional success.
There you go.
That means that you get iCore back after
Figure sends.
Yeah.
Okay. And then for the first curse, yeah. Need to roll. Crusty, roll your defense against us.
you can apply bold defense.
I mean, well, the rank plus resolve to resist.
I already did that like ages ago, dude.
Oh, how much did you get?
4 successes.
4. Well, -4. And then +4 because he spent 4 iCore, so he still has 12 charges. 12 charges, and I'm gonna spend 2 to
12
activate.
charges.
Very well.
You don't max at 8 full.
Damn. It's still 8. Yeah, because 8 -4 would be 4, but thanks to spending 4 iCore.
You can spend 4 iCore on this, and and with 4 iCore you get 8.
Yeah, he already did. I will use 2 charges for. Oh yeah, 4. Use Gremlin. So, yeah, Gremlin. Technology doesn't work. There you go. Yeah, so we're gonna spend 2 plus. Go to activate conditions for Gremlin. Piece of equipment goes haywire. Its equipment bonus becomes a penalty for the rest of the scene when the cursed character, in this case Krusty, uses it. And for a second charge, the equipment inflicts damage equal to its equipment bonus the next time the cursed character uses it.
I believe you can only use 1 enhancement per reflexive.
Alright. And he'll just give the penalty for now.
As you thrust out the clawed motion, as you see like symbols of your curse appearing all over Krusty's bed body. Wait, no, wait. As you just blink his core modifier into a negative.
What the other fuck did you guys do?
I will blue screen your bed.
How do you guys beat him? I think you just beat him.
No. TT and Danny both just gave Johnny the biggest fucking buff in the world. And he managed to invert Trusty's core modifier.
But let's not forget, in the first attempt,
Yeah.
got 2 sucks on 24.
You didn't have to tell him that. You could have left that. You could have let that go.
That needs to be told to history because Johnny, my boy, how do you do that? How do you do that?
TT and Danny got this man 27 dice. And he got 2 successes on it.
Mac, it's your turn.
How?
Should I wait? This feels like I should wait.
I mean, I feel like we should punch him.
I mean, I'll punch him if I want to punch him. I just have no idea what the context is here.
Dude, Krusty's here. He's trying to kick their asses. He did 8 ag to Maria.
Oh yeah, it sounds like a lot.
She didn't take 8 ag. She got hit with 8 ag. She didn't take it.
You take 2 ag.
Yeah.
Which is still aggravated. And that reveal only has implications for Adam.
I wasn't here, but I feel like enough turns on where I could use reflection on other people's turns have passed.
I mean, if you count how many people there are in between you and Johnny, then yeah.
How many people have gone since?
The amount of people that are in between you and Johnny.
That's enough.
Yeah.
9 again, plus 1. These numbers was awesome. 6, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh no, I'm out of my core. Oh boy.
When did you run out?
Just now?
God damn.
Huh.
That's a first for me. Right after this one, I'm gonna start running out of gas, guys. I can still keep it up, but it's gonna hurt. But I'm tired. I haven't recovered since Kiki's Turkey's ass. You know, have to whip out. Can I whip out the power bunker? I haven't used power bunker all the way up. No, I don't have power bunker really. How does that fucking? Where is that thing? That saw in my fucking heel work. How does that work?
Your old gauntlets?
Does Krusty have blood?
Technically.
I'm gonna bleed him. I'm gonna use phosphors.
Bleed damage.
Okay. Let me look upon.
Gaze upon.
I think they're in my details too.
Where the fuck is Protasia?
You're a Protesia. Yeah, it's hard to find Protesia. In the...
That's how it's pronounced?
Yeah.
I
found Catastrophe easily.
Let me look. I think I remember where Protesia is.
I'm just trying to see how much.
I've memorized. Yeah, Protesia is 242.
242.
Yep.
I'm gonna go get some.
If you use the page search number, it'd be 243. Yeah. Because it's right under a meta trophy.
242.
242.
I was just trying to find. I'm just trying to find out where. Okay. How much core modifier affects armor?
to figure out how his fucking bullshit works.
Core modifier. How does? I think it's just like a 1-to-1 thing. If I remember correctly.
I'm just curious. Like, would his would his armor be reduced because his core modifier is inverted?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay, Mac, you can go now.
The only thing it says in Genius is it's just a wonder if Cortesia's core modifier modifies the armor score. So I think it's just armor score has a base and then it's up or down based on the core modifier.
So I just roll regular. Roll regular.
Regular attack. What are you doing?
Saucer.
I mean, yeah, you're kicking. So
Bleed this motherfucker.
Put him out of the bed. Hope.
-5.
Should I put on some new music?
If you want.
I'm gonna stick with the Sonic theme.
Are you putting on Frontiers?
Yes. Well, that won't get us smited, right?
No.
I've been banging to Frontiers music. It's so good.
In a
Sonic
park.
music always slaps. Like that's just a law of nature.
There was a scab on my back. Did I fucking scratch a shit out of my back? What the fuck?
Oh, that happened.
I don't know.
Oh,
I,
your back.
I must have gone really a little bit too hard.
You went primal for a sec.
Oh, a little over the monkey on myself.
You returned to monkey.
I don't think about maybe I should have lightning strike. Yeah, whatever.
He only has 5 defense, dog.
I'm running out of road actions.
You just got them.
Exactly. I do a lot of dex rolls. I use road actions. Anyways, 19 sucks, then +5 on combination. That combination with phosphorus?
Yeah.
I won't think about it, sure.
Kickboxing.
Yeah. And
Mac, is you kind of, like, is you, would they just charge forward after everyone kind of does all that, and just kind of, and just do like a little spin kick in the air as you're like midair, and just like punch, hit him in the gut as as he looks around. As you see his fucking water bed split in half.
Oh no!
As you see just a torrent of water falling down. No! No! As he starts just fucking, as he just falls.
I left to go get a hot pocket and then go back to Krusty's dead.
As you see Krusty fall with the water in his bed.
Ooh, is that bad? Did I do bad? Oh, ooh.
Whoa.
Ooh.
I didn't expect that, honestly.
I don't get to use these all the time.
Well, there goes his bed.
Krusty, you alright?
He is
Golden mist
he is
rises
falling.
up.
He is falling. You guys are at least a mile above ground.
He looks over to Mac. I mean, do you want to save him?
I mean, I kind of do a little bit, but I mean, you also have to kill him. You just don't tie it.
He hits really hard.
He is rather a rather unrepentant murderer.
No, but think about how good of a teammate he would be.
I feel like
I-
he would try to
He's
murder
a
us
great
in our sleep.
ally.
He would.
Hold on. What if we just like saved him and then I just hit him with the whip and put his essence into the whip?
Yeah, maybe that works.
He-
Let's
I mean,
go.
He
that
looks
could
over the edge again and watch you fall.
I'll go get him.
He's a speck. Mac, as you fly down, he's not getting closer. But you're traveling a distance as you blink. He's gone. Him and his bed.
Uh-huh.
Was it all a dream?
Crusty everywhere! Crusty everywhere!
Maybe Krusty was never real to begin with.
I was, you dipshit. And so, the story of Krusty, at least for now, half ended. After a couple of hours, you guys make it to Chicago.
And Johnny regained his iCore.
Do you nap?
Oh, remember he said he got an
Allow me-
acceptance test?
Allow me to see. I mean, you regain half I-core you spent on it.
Alright, then yeah, I gained 2 back. Okay.
And,
And Illy
By that
definitely
point,
napped.
Maria's healed all of her aggravated.
well, we'll have to see.
Ileana definitely naps. Oh my god, that's 2 iCore. I need more.
Yeah, TT will nap as well.
Mac will not ever sleep.
Danny
And Johnny.
won't.
And
Plus
Johnny will
stamina,
nap.
plus resolve.
Hmm?
Yeah, it takes about 2 hours to get there.
I assume it's Mac rolling.
With a minus, how much I-core did you spend?
If I remember, I had 10 and got plus 5, so we did 15, so 15.
Minus 7.
Yikes. What am I rolling?
Stamina plus resolve. Minus 7.
TT will nap as well. How much did she recover?
Whoever naps recovers half their maximum I-core. As you can only sleep an hour. As you can only sleep an hour.
TT is back to full.
Oh wow, I got 5
Hold
socks!
on.
You got 5 sucks?
Yeah.
You do not lose any I-core, and you seem to fight. You're really hungry, but you don't feel like you need to take a really long nap. As you guys make it to Chicago. Oh, and for those who are injured, it hasn't been 24 hours yet, so let me look at Maria. What's your healing times for aggravated?
Let me check.
It'd be 12 hours, wouldn't it?
I'm looking. It's halved,
Mm-hmm.
so yeah.
So yeah, that aggravate's still there.
Gotcha.
You about 10 more hours if you don't want to just heal it normally.
We have 10 hours.
If you want to wait for it instead of taking
She'll
sips
wait.
and all that.
She'll
She'll
wait.
wait.
Wait patiently.
As all of you who sleep heal their half max. And by the time you guys make it to Chicago, Sammy is awake.
Oh my God.
Sauntering out of the fucking intro. What I miss?
We found a mecha bed.
No, that didn't happen. It was all a dream. We will not speak of this.
TT recorded it though.
You guys didn't wake me.
I asked
You
them to, but they said no.
You needed your sleep.
It's for your best interest, Sammy.
TT, pull up the video.
TT, like, hold on the phone. Here, I got a video for. And before she even finished speaking, Sammy swiped the phone and is like watching it. Missile rockets! Who is this guy?
Ah, that's Krusty.
Wow.
He likes
Yeah.
water buds.
Oh.
You see his AT field. The talons on his arms are like way sharper than anything you could do.
Wow. This stuff's amazing. How did he made this?
Yeah, apparently while strapped to the waterbed, which we did a while back.
I'm still trying to figure out the logistics behind that.
It's Krusty. Yeah, I wouldn't believe it.
Figure out the logistics of his nuts.
Mac.
Mac wouldn't say a these nuts joke.
No, he's in his dad arc. He would say these nuts joke.
Dads do not make these nuts jokes.
Dad did not make these nuts jokes.
Especially not in 2011.
I guess, yeah.
Nor to a 12-year-old.
Yeah,
Noah's to Ileana, so 14.
She would make a these nuts joke.
Ileana would need to know what Vine is first.
I think Johnny or Danny would be the most likely to make these nuts joke because they're in the age range and know enough about the world.
They know enough about. They've held a phone.
Danny wouldn't do it because he's too nice.
Mm-hmm.
Johnny just wouldn't do it.
Eleanor would make a these nuts joke. Well, he's just like looking over. Well, now that we've arrived, I think it's about time we finally get to looking. Someone get Anastasia. I imagine she might know the most about these magical compounds and whatnot.
Johnny Go gets it. Anastasia. So who's gonna like stay behind?
Well. I'll admit I have a vested interest in going there.
Danny
Weren't
pipes
you-
up. As do I. I haven't really been.
DT, weren't you like especially susceptible to mind control?
I don't think it's that I'm especially susceptible. I'm just a popular target, it seems. Maria, could you stay behind and watch?
As she just sort of waves. Yeah, I can do that.
Thank you. Everyone else can head on in.
Everyone?
I think so. Sammy needs time to stretch her legs. And I imagine she'd enjoy your company, Johnny.
Okay.
In addition, Ileana's knowledge will be very handy for identifying things that might be useful here.
Didn't you guys just make a thing? You see Eleanor just kind of like leaning against the wall, like behind. Like, didn't you guys just make a thing about Mac and you not being in the same group together?
Yeah.
Well,
Going to.
they can
Yeah,
work with that, but...
I'm around, so I guess it doesn't matter too much.
Three.
Right now, like.
I feel like it does. 3 of you were around before, and I feel like you guys really like rely too much on your oversized clown pants to get you everywhere.
I
Very
know
well.
we had the whole
That is
thing
true.
about like if she doesn't forgive me for killing her, blah blah blah. I'm just not
Yeah,
really ready to go right now. I have like I'm very tired.
Yeah,
I have zero
I guess-
I-4.
Yeah,
Well then,
I'll stay back. Just
Okay.
take.
and
I'll
besides
take
that,
Anastasia.
It's
Was
Mac
that
and
a-
Maria hours, boys.
I feel like it would be like overkill if we send everyone anywhere.
I mean, my base form is pretty strong, but like I mean, you know.
Alright then.
Did you
I'll
just
just-
say your
Base form.
I heard Helen say that once.
My dad says it all the time. What?
It's a good term.
Like, Maria goes, "You have a father?"
Yeah, why wouldn't I?
And she just shrugs. I don't know. He's stuck to me as a certain time.
I mean, like, I just don't live with him anymore. Camp Jupiter.
So all of you have father issues, I assume. I don't. I don't.
My relationship with my dad's actually pretty good.
I have a dad. I fucking love my dad.
I love my dad.
Good for you.
True.
All right then. Mac, Maria, you two guard the R2 and rest up. Everyone else, let's go to Medea's department store.
Oh, that's funny. All of you do have father issues except Johnny. In some regard.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
My dad's scared of the gods. That's sort of.
I have a good relationship with my dad. Hermes is cool.
Danny's all right. It's just sort of.
Nope, they're just never there. So you might as well ignore them.
Yeah.
Johnny can say fatherless behavior. He has the right to say it. Fatherless behavior.
What's Johnny's iPhone?
At least most of us have one parent.
Most of us, yeah. Because Elian doesn't.
Well,
Sammy has Cameron, I guess.
That's a big brother. She even said he's a big bro.
Yeah. Anyway, TT
anyway.
she'll grab onto Anastasia and head on towards the department store.
Go to the department store. But goodbye, Mac. Goodbye, Maria.
I'm gonna look off in the middle distance for a while.
He's going to look longingly into the distance.
I'm gonna do image training.
What are you doing? It looks stupid. I'm going to watch Scooby-Doo.
We don't talk much. What's your deal?
Maria was assigned to Mac, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
We can remain on you guys for a bit.
I kind of want to see where this conversation goes.
I realized that we've never we went on a whole adventure, but I never actually talked to you that much.
Well, first of all, I am way older than you.
We're like close in age, right?
I am. What date is it, Mike?
It is a day after tomorrow, so that would be getting rid of fucking open tabs. At least this isn't like last night with me fucking opening the beast,
stories.
crashing my fucking computer.
You did fucking touched the beast rulebook once and it crashed your entire computer. It crashed it so hard, it crashed it again when you opened it up the second time.
Wow.
It would be April 4th. You guys had a whole April Fool's Day thing at camp, whatever you were waiting. Fools was Mason's birthday.
Yeah. It's really funny.
Well, happy birthday,
It's not
10 years old younger Cody's aunt.
As Maria's like, well, first up is I'm 30.
You're 31.
31.
Alright, a little bit older.
10 years older.
10 years older. Yeah.
I'm a child of Hebe. That means I have a reuse domain. It keeps me around.
Is that why you can like be small or big?
Yes. This, as she points to her little tiny self, is what I am normally. My biological clock is slowed. But whenever I transform, it is me forcibly moving my age into my prime 23. And over the course of numerous training sessions, I have built up muscle mass in it. So, by the time my biological clock reaches 23, I do believe I shall instantly grow muscles. Probably painfully.
Okay.
Now, Hirbi is the goddess of youth and pacifism. I did not inherit the pacifist in me.
Yeah, I could tell.
And she nods. I like that I didn't. But my youth domain also increases my regeneration, so I can regenerate from basically everything. But that I do own a legacy of King Cadmus, who him and his wife have turned into snakes. And she'd like a little spectral snake coils around her finger.
So what did you do before? what did you do in general before this?
Drove around the United States, killing monsters, not the land. Before that, East Germany.
Did you say is German?
East Germany.
East Germany? I don't have that good of a geography score, but I think that's far away.
It also doesn't exist anymore. So. She groans. East Germany was after World War II. During the Cold War, Germany was split into communist and capitalist.
I think I remember something like that.
I come from East Germany with my father, who already escaped, and living in America, hunting monsters. Just sort of raises an eyebrow.
I don't know what to say. I don't know. You just kind of sort of like you have this very intimidating aura that makes me not want to say I'm sorry for.
Good, then I'm doing it right.
Good. Okay. Potential.
She's like a 13-year-old girl right now. She's super short.
I don't know. You still intimidate me even when you're small.
She's 5'6",
Yeah.
or 4'6". I mean,
4'6". She's tiny.
She is almost exactly 2 feet smaller than you.
You're like shin height. There's a comedic height difference.
You could crouch and she'd still be a bit shorter than you, Mac.
I know I tower over you, but you do honestly intimidate me. We were paired up. TT, you paired us up, right?
Yeah, TT did.
Why
TT paired them up.
Why did TT pair you and me up?
Shrugs. Maybe because we're both old.
I'm not that old.
I'm literally probably older than everybody else here, excluding me.
Mac.
Yeah?
You turned 21 3 weeks ago.
I just turned 21 3 weeks ago. I can make it again. Yeah, no, I did turn 20. Oh god, I'm closer back in age. Oh god.
Oh yeah.
Actually, now that I think about it, I did turn 21 3 weeks ago.
Exactly right.
Oh god, I'm old. What's it like? What's it like? To looking down at her. What's it like?
Well, I don't think not my experience has been universal, but I don't complain. But it is compared to what you would live now. Pretty what is the word? Shitty. Shitty.
What?
Shitty.
Shitty.
You making fun of my accent?
Yes.
She's so intimidating.
I can't make fun of your accent. Listen to my accent.
Yes, your bumpkin speak is very stupid.
I'm honestly not even sure where I got it. If you think about it, it doesn't even make sense.
Your mom has the accent.
Yeah. Do you go to school?
Not all.
I was just curious. You know, I got a GED recently.
I don't know what that is.
TT paired them up. He's like, ah, yes, friendly, and Maria needs to interact a little more. This will be a good chance for her to open up. And then it's just like awkward silence.
You didn't account. You didn't account for Mac being intimidated by his child.
TT's got on your Mac. She's too powerful. The child's too powerful.
You're the only one who can relate to her, Mac. You're old.
You're 3 years older than TT, Mac.
What do old people talk about?
Gas prices.
Weather?
Gas prices.
Gas prices? The weather?
Oh yeah, Maria does have to worry about that because she is a man.
She has to worry about gas all the time.
I actually do see a lot of gas prices because I run around all over the country. Did you know that in California it's almost like $5?
That is why I don't go to California.
Yeah, that's why nobody goes to California.
It is a hill place. I hate it.
It's pretty bad.
It's where most of the monsters are, though.
It is where most monsters are.
That's what
Speaking of, have you ever met Ladon?
Oh,
You wanna?
what is Ladon?
The dragon.
There is a dragon?
Yeah.
Take me to him.
The funny thing is, Camp Jupiter's in California. TT grew up in California.
Oh, that explains a lot.
Everything. That explains everything.
That explains everything.
TT, Sammy, and Johnny and Anastasia are all California residents.
Hey now, hey now.
Hey, now I grew up on
Johnny
fucking Jersey
is
Island.
Johnny's
It's true.
Texan. Johnny's Texan raised.
Johnny,
That's
where's
true.
your,
He only recently was moved to California.
Johnny, where's your 10-gallon hat?
I
We
love
left it at home. Also,
Anastasia spent her time at the fucking Sea of Monsters.
if I brought my 10-gallon hat to California, I would have gotten robbed.
also, no, he doesn't have a 10-gallon hat. He's a sombrero.
I'd take you to go see Ladon right now, but we're supposed to be on shift protecting it.
What's the temper on things? What is this Ladon? I have a Drakon scale. That is the closest I've come to a dragon.
I don't actually. I think it's like the dragon or something that's like really big.
A massive
I
dragon.
mean, yeah, it did result in the sword of death of my friend, and I carried his body all the way back to camp. But then he revived, and I kind of like put a damper on that. And then it happened 2 more times with his sister, and I don't.
You put a damper on the fact that your father.
Not even mentioning Zoe's death.
Oh yeah, Zoe.
friend-
Not even mentioning Zoe's death. Arya fucking crying her eyes out over it.
Wait,
If
so
I
you're-
don't think
you're
about it,
saying-
I don't feel bad about it.
So you're saying
Like, I just thought it was just funny. Like, you want to be lied on? Like, didn't it kill Zoe? Didn't it almost kill Jason? Why would you want to take someone there?
okay, so you're telling me
Technically, Atlas died, or Zoe died to Atlas.
Yeah, exactly.
So what you're saying to me is that your friend reviving from the dead and not dying, put the damper on the mood.
Yes. Max just like looks at the child straight in the face. Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
You get Chad?
And then it say,
And not the other girl dying and turning into a constellation. That didn't
I
work
mean,
ever.
Zoe did turn into a constellation, but that was more like a beautiful moment than it was like sad to me.
wow,
She
I
still
thought
died.
I was clearly messed up and cold-hearted.
Well, it's about the perspective, you know.
I guess this is just what happens when you get
You,
older.
you mean
Sometimes it's
context? You mean context, Mac?
Both. I prefer to look at the positive side, and that's that she's always with us in the stars or whatever.
Or whatever.
I have a funny thing to say, but I don't know if it would be in character.
Say it.
Say it.
It is a wonder how you would ever get laid.
Holy shit, Maria. Did you have to do
You
that,
are-
man, like that?
You are incredibly hard to talk to.
I think you hit his weak point. I think he's dead.
See, this is why I'm intimidated by you.
Good.
Good talk to you, Maria.
Whatever. I'm gonna put on the movie.
That was awful, guys.
It was awful. It was great.
It was awful.
Eleanor.
It's incredible.
I forgot Eleanor said
Yeah, Eleanor.
Did you hear all of that?
I mean, yeah, I never left.
Oh man.
I was in the room.
I tried my best to sneak past you to get to the fridge, but you guys kept talking.
It's funny if someone. It's funny if someone hears.
Maybe you guys should try it again. I don't know.
Take two.
Try
Yeah.
again until you're able to form a coherent conversation.
Maybe that's your training, being better people. Because obviously you really need it. Maybe that old curse of yours affected more than your metabolism.
I'm not okay right now. I'm very tired.
And go sleep.
I'm not gonna sleep.
Why?
I'm working on
Stop
something,
complaining.
alright?
Stop complaining like a child if you don't want to fix it. Jeez. And I'm the one. I'm the one telling you this.
You guys can try this again. Maybe later.
Later.
You see her like dig into the fridge, pull out an entire thing of packaged bologna.
Are you taking the entire package? What?
Hey, don't take all of that. Father, that's mine. I need to have some.
I suppose you'll want me to get it for you then.
Is this a short joke?
No. Just you see her lift up her talons on her legs to open up the bologna.
I've done some pretty gross things, but I've done some pretty gross shit.
She grabs the talons and just drops it on a plate for you. Like she grabs like a thing of bologna with her talons and drops it on the plate. And then she wipes her talon on the carpet. like there's just like a rug and she just wipes her talon on it.
You know what? I'm going to heat up some mac and cheese. It goes off to the cargo bay.
Now that conversation's over, something a Mac would never have said is at least I get laid.
I get laid, though. I get laid. You just
Man, man, you don't know that. I do get laid.
I'm
Iris
gonna have a whole soccer team one day.
fucking Iris messages. Maxine, tell her I get laid.
What the fuck? So it's true then.
I don't know how to feel about you, Maria.
Good. I like to be mysterious.
These fucking chuckle fights.
I love Maria so much.
I'm taking my Talon baloney.
We'll take it, tell him the wall.
Have a good job identifying your next social inequity.
Well, I think you are full of baloney.
Maybe you should bond on getting better puns.
Bet you're real proud of that one, Maria.
Only as a joke book.
I think the Athena kid has that one. Walk.
But she's never told a funny joke in her life.
Maria says to herself.
Yeah.
All my jokes are bangers if I'm the one that's laughing.
I'm the only one with an actual sense of humor.
I am based and everyone else is cringe.
And we will cut away from them. You want to do the thing you said, Lemon, for Mac?
No,
You
not
sure?
anymore.
We can still do it.
Spirit broken.
We can still do it. Come on.
I don't even know.
You can still do
Holding
it.
against no
I don't
bitches,
even-
and
I
then
don't
he
even
just
know what I
immediately
do.
folded.
You have. I mean, you do what you said you'd do.
Sure, I do. At least that I do.
And are you gonna just pull it out? Try it out?
I don't know what it means, but sure.
Okay, so we'll do it. Okay, we'll get back on that. The other group.
Mac, his spirit fucking shattered.
Mac is finished.
Mac is finished.
As we go back to the other group, walking the streets of Chicago and passing a detective agency called the
It's me again.
and me
From the hit
Sophie.
series.
And you're watching Disney Channel.
Again, we have to go to the forest.
It's me, 6-year-old Sophia.
Again, we need essence.
We need it.
6-year-old Sophia, bro. Sophia's like 5 right now.
Yeah, 1 year off, idiot.
We need.
18. Right now. Sophia was 16 in 2020, so we're in.
I don't know why, but he said 6 years old, and I thought that was like way farther off from the true answer.
This is why he said it like he said 5 and 1 year off.
What year? What year are we in right now?
11.
11.
Yeah. So she'd be like 5.
I don't know why he said it with such gusto. I was just like, yeah,
He said it
she's
like
actually
I committed such a fucking sin.
You were so ready to prove this man wrong.
I don't know why.
Will would be 55.
So you
Young
would
man
be-
of 55.
Misogi would be 19.
Yen would be.
Mhm.
Younger.
Wait, no, I'm tripping. She is 6 because Sophia's 17,
So yeah, I was right. No, Sophia's not 7. She's with me.
isn't she? I thought she was older than Aki. I thought she was older than Aki.
Nah, all y'all are 16.
Like a couple.
You're all in the
months,
same
maybe.
grade.
Well, no, she is older than Aki because Aki was born in like 2005. Or I don't. Who fucking cares? We'll get that later. Anyways, walking the streets of Chicago, being led by Ileana because she remembers the way. It does require having to go through a sewer, though.
Do something in universe.
Oh wow, it smells awful in here.
How did you guys end up in this initially?
Well, that's a bit of a story. As far as I remember, Maria had a strange dream and we were tracking things from it. We were having a bit of a venti goose chase, so to speak.
Venti? What's a venti?
Wind
Oh.
spirits.
That, exactly.
Oh, Danny, you would know what a venti is.
Oh yeah,
It's Arya.
It's
Arya. Oh, Arya?
The blue lady.
Yeah, Arya.
The Hunter of Artemis.
Yeah, Arya.
Yeah, we
I
weren't looking.
remember her.
No, we weren't looking for her though. We were looking for a different wind spirit. This one was evil.
Mhm. We did run into this Arya, though. We guided her when we fought Lycon that one time.
Oh.
Oh yeah. Actually,
Yes,
yeah, pretty,
she had been hunting him.
you know, sounds
Her and her and the Hunters of Artemis actually helped us retake Wolf House.
sound damage would actually be pretty useful if we meet him again. Hey, Sammy,
Huh?
can you make me a microphone?
Kinda lame.
It is kind of lame.
Just like a normal microphone?
I mean, I could give you
Don't you
like.
buy those at the store? Those are
Yeah,
like
you can just buy
check down the
those.
road.
What about a subsonic? A subsonic. I don't wanna just tell you what to make because that's this whole your thing.
Anastasia wakes up, wait and get one at the mall.
Oh. Good morning, Anastasia.
Good night.
Yeah, and
Don't worry, we're almost there. Do you think you'll be ready to identify any natural compounds we found there?
I guess we'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
Man, even the Levi tech doesn't work anymore.
Oh my god.
Oh yes,
they're
those two are
there.
quite close, aren't they?
I've always seen them around each other.
It's like I just now realized that.
What's up? Are they like friends or?
Oh, yes. From my time training Levi, they're pretty much always together. They seem like quite good friends.
Close good friends.
I didn't know you had Amelia Earhart in the camp.
You what?
Oh, yes. She was the Centurion's fifth grower before she stepped down recently.
Yeah, she said she talked to me about the whole not Calypso,
Cersei. Cersei's Island.
Amelia Earhart is still alive? What?
Yes.
That's a major discovery.
I like how they both look at Johnny and she's just like, yeah, this is wrong. What?
No, this is Ileana speaking.
Yeah, Johnny knows it.
Oh yeah. looking at Ileana. Just like, oh, what?
This is a massive discovery. Like, she's
Amazing.
been missing for decades.
I mean, Edward Thatch is alive.
What?
Yeah.
He
Teach.
is?
Teach.
Edward Teach. Blackbeard.
Blackbeard.
Oh, yes.
He's a counselor at Camp Half-Blood.
Didn't you see the Queen Anne's Revenge in the port at camp?
Right.
We spent a good number of months there. Surely you
Well,
must have become acquainted.
Oh, well, that. Okay, no, that was me. He yanked it.
Anastasia wakes up. Stop talking.
Sorry. I hope we aren't bothering you too much.
You are bothering me.
Well, unfortunately, that is what we must do.
Who was Anastasia paired with?
Titi had paired Anastasia with Sammy because she believed Sammy would annoy Anastasia enough to stay awake.
Yeah.
What you didn't consider is that I just put her.
Yes.
No character arcs will be made here.
Just use a rebuke the vizier buff on Sammy at all times.
Voice and honor.
Dude,
Right.
I remember like I remember hearing stories of like all the boomers that come in just like, oh yeah, when I was a kid, my dad, what he used to do was he used to take like a handle of whiskey, pour a little bit out, and put it in a drink and mix it, so then I'd be out in a couple minutes flat. So it was like, wow, ain't that something?
Ain't that something? Ain't that a kick in the head?
Anyway.
Keep walking until we reach the
You
ball.
guys make it.
And here we are.
As you see, I believe there was a sign. As you see, no, there is no sign. As you see, just a door with an M on it.
And just in case, everyone be on your lookout, as Ileana sips on her invisibility cap.
All right then. Katie will open the door.
Locked.
Oh, right. TT nods.
TT.
No response.
TT.
Yes.
Excuse me. Is anyone inside? We'd like to come in.
No one answers.
Well, we tried. TT's trying to kick the door.
Roll, brawl.
Remember, your strength plus brawl was that. You all out attack this.
And spend willpower?
No.
It's a door.
Delete the door from existence.
Great door.
3 successes. That'd only be 3 bashing now, because she doesn't have anything activated.
You just kind of like kick the door, and there's just a big dent in the metal.
Remarkably sturdy.
Johnny walks forward and also punches the door.
.50 caliber. Wait, no, that's a different thing.
Mm-hmm.
Are you using Law and Order for this?
Am I willing to risk 1 bashing for the sake of a door?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. And then all out attacking.
Is Johnny, you just kind of like reach down to your waist where like Law and Order is hook,
Yeah.
like put one on.
I'll just do the regular, not the defense negating one. Let's do that, and 9 again because of professional training now. 4 successes, and +5 is 9 lethal.
As you throw your hand back, and with a loud shot of a 50 caliber, just kind of punches a hole straight into it and sends it like falling down. It is very loud. You just shot a gun in a tunnel.
Ow!
Ooh.
Ow! Ew!
Anastasia is instantly awake.
And all she hears is
I'm going to kill you. Nobody hears her say that though.
No, they still hear you.
No, everyone's ears are ringing too. They just hear mouth, I'm going to kill you.
Ah,
TT's like covering your ears. Ow! 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 Ow!
ow. Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Well, we're in.
Change of music. Something, I don't know, the magic music.
Magical, whimsical, perhaps.
Well, now my ears are ringing.
Butterfly kiss? Maybe? It's the store, technically.
Something a little more whimsical.
Whimsy.
whimsy.
Creatures.
A whimsical little creature.
Fantastical, even.
I feel like Witch's Heart plays would be good, but I don't remember Witch's Heart songs off the top of my head.
Johnny, was that your dice? I'm not gonna like fault you for it, but is that your dice pool, like with all that attacking?
Right, because like he technically has two different all attacks, one that adds 2 dice and one that adds 4.
That's not my question.
Okay, wait,
Was
wait a
it?
minute. Wait a minute. I forgot to add the Law and Order to the core modifier.
I forgot that a lot.
Listen, I'm so used. I spent the entirety of I spent the entirety of the Son of Hades not using it because I didn't know about it. I forgot about it. I'm hardwired to not add it.
You alright there, buddy?
No.
Okay.
It's Matt
keep
cringing
forgetting.
from the entire conversation.
We could go with Ash's theme,
Ash? Oh, yeah.
like the upbeat one.
Yeah.
Not
I
the,
assumed that one, not the.
Not the Ash is murdering you theme, the Ash is chilling theme.
Well, I mean, you sound like a sleepyhead right now.
He's playing Anastasia. It comes with the thing. Is too casual?
yeah, it's fine.
It's
maybe
department store music.
maybe a little.
I'll keep
maybe-
looking while we go.
Maybe a little less upbeat, but it'll work. As you all walk in, you see what looks to be the big kind of like like mega mall almost. Appears to be empty. Even the fountain in the middle where the venti were held originally isn't working. As you see like a floor sign in front of you, written in ancient Greek.
What's it say?
Let's say, TT, you don't get to read this one.
TT and Johnny and Sam can't read it.
It says, let me-
It's been foreclosed.
it says, business has moved elsewhere. Business has moved elsewhere. Considering you got in here, that means you broke in. You cannot steal things from. You cannot steal the things that are in here, or maybe what's left.
Alright.
If you want to figure out the next location of Media's department store, please take it up with her.
I guess that confirms that she's moved on.
That also confirms that she's alive.
Yes.
It also has a
So-
smiley face on the end.
What's left? What's Media's eye funny?
Very funny.
Hmm.
I mean, I guess we could just do a cursory glance.
I suppose so. Hmm. I feel bad about taking stuff now that we know it's actually owned.
I mean,
Although,
if
I suppose she left it behind.
yeah, she left it behind. It's she's not coming back for it. It would go to waste, TT.
Hmm.
Danny's looking around.
Looking around.
Who's looking around?
Danny.
Anastasia, while you're here, you feel weirdly awake.
Ew. Why is that? I don't like that.
There's gas in the vents. It's making people awake. It's the Russian sleep experiment.
So who's looking?
Danny.
TT's looking.
Yeah,
Danny.
Everyone except for Sammy and Anastasia, probably.
Sammy's not looking?
Well, now I'm awake, so now I have to
well, that's
fucking look.
Yeah, Sammy will look. I was so used to Sammy just fucking around with her sketchbook, but yeah, Sammy will look around. This is new shit. Sammy's
Yeah,
excited.
Johnny will look around with Sammy.
No, Johnny, you're with me.
No.
We have teams. We have teams.
Oh god, the two squishiest party members. Anastasia, their defense is so low.
We have teams.
Let me to remind
I
myself.
do have a defensive one.
Look, TT could lightning strike anybody who tries anything. So
Okay.
So long as it's within 200 meters.
Which
I feel like this is 200 meters.
All right. There appears to be 4. There's the mansion, which was a lot bright and glossy, is now a lot
abandoned mall-esque.
yeah, abandoned mall-esque. And I'd like all of you to roll a D100.
Abandoned Mall series.
Oh,
is series
Do we roll it per character or?
Yeah, per character.
All right.
Heavens feel.
Rings
47.
of fear.
47.
Type it. Anastasia, you were looking too?
I guess.
We
I
got a lot
rolled
of
a
40s.
94.
If we roll a 100, we get the key to the end of the game.
Oh, hell
we
yeah.
get we get to the Gaia skip.
We're too weak. We die.
Now listen, if we backwards long jump fast enough, we'll gain enough friction. we'll lose enough friction, and we'll just
Hold on.
First, we need a parallel universe.
parallel universe.
Which
All right.
We need,
We've
we need to
already
do
succeeded at that.
Ilyana, you sadly don't find anything. Johnny, while you're next to Danny, as you're kind of looking around, you spot what looks to be a small kind of pill container with a lot of colors on it that says multivitamins.
multivitamins.
Danny looks at him.
Oddly mundane for magic store.
Wait a second. Danny checks the branding.
You check the branding, you check the back. Oh, you've seen this. Hermes gave you these ones.
Oh my god, wait, those are the best. That's what we need.
Wait a second. As Danny looks at it, Johnny, you just found something amazing.
I mean,
He's
like
making a
vitamins.
new-
Johnny, you finally did something right, you fuck up.
Johnny, these things make you immune to magic.
What?
Hermes gave us this one time. That's how we got off of Cersei's Island.
That's incredibly useful, actually.
I was even just thinking, what if we got these?
Yeah.
Ta-da.
Johnny, keep those close. And if you ever feel that twinge in the back of your neck, try taking one of those. See if it helps.
Inhale pills. Okay.
Take your pill, Johnny.
It is a bottle of 15. However, Danny, upon looking at them, they look like they're a lower milligram dosage per pill.
As he looks, oh man, you might have to take more to get the full effect that we got. I guess when you get it from Hermes directly,
Would you like to
get a higher
read more of
dose.
the back?
That or
Yeah.
maybe for a shorter duration.
The back says it offers the same magic immunity, but does not. But due to health complaints, the armor effect, the durability effect is not included in the milligram dosage.
Ah man, so just the magic thing? That still works.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
Very useful.
And going over, Sammy. As you're kind of walking around, you immediately kind of go to the weapons section.
Of course.
There isn't much there, but you do see what looks to be a rack of silver spears.
Oh, Anastasia, look at this. This is silver.
Don't talk to me.
But it's silver, look. She just starts swinging her spear around. Ooh. I can make silver stuff out of this. Anastasia, will you carry some spears with me?
No.
Wait, hold on. Anastasia, Anastasia, I have an idea. I had a wonderful invention idea. So, I figured out how to make you like me.
Scientifically, of course.
She, Anastasia said, she flips through a sketchbook. Since we started talking together, I started thinking about it, and I've been sketching some things out. As she flips to the page with Anastasia, everyone else's section has usually a couple dozen drawings. There's only a single one for Anastasia's, and it appears to be almost looks like a pair of leggings almost.
What the fuck?
Behold! And
Are we giving her
just
fishnets?
written underneath is automatic walking. You could walk and sleep at the same time.
Are we
You
gonna give
wouldn't
her
have to walk.
Are we giving her the robo trousers from Wallace and Gromit?
Yes. Yes.
It's incredible. Oh, I love it. It's great.
Sammy's beaming behind the sketchbook at you.
Expressionless.
Still beaming. Undaunted.
She's not even looking at it. She's looking past you into the middle distance.
Into the rack of spears.
Still has the wide-eyed smile. Can Sammy fulfill her virtue of hopeful?
Yes.
You're awesome, right? You're gonna love him. She puts the sketchbook away. Now come on, let's help me carry these spears. And Sammy picks up a spear, immediately knocks over the entire rack by accident.
You kind of look at her and let her do that as Anastasia. You kind of
Anastasia
Kinda
considers how likely it could be if she stabbed her with one of those spears. If they believe Sammy killed herself.
you do see her just kind of like she just fell with the spears somehow. So she's just kind of rolling around in them, trying to stand up. As you kind of look over, it looks like in this weapon section, looks like something was misplaced. A kind of like a Bed Bath and Beyond lotion bottle, like Bed Bath Beyond-esque lotion bottle. Do you look at it?
Sure, I guess.
You pick it up. Oh, that smell. Oh, this must be a Cersei made product. Would you like to read the labeling of the back?
Yeah.
You see what appears to be Cersei's face, with a big thumbs up and a smile. As scrolled on the back is
Is it a
guaranteed.
cartoon TV?
Yeah, as it says, guaranteed to make a day last. Put it simply, it's lotion. It's lotion that, if applied, will allow you to be fine. It will allow you to be fine from fatigue and stress. like magically so.
I imagine it's like a little cheer doing a thumbs up.
However, it does say directions on the back must be applied full body or near full body.
That'll be uncomfortable.
Back fan service.
You can apply it himself.
I'll put that on my hat.
Put it in your hat. Danny.
Mm-hmm.
Did Sammy kill herself yet?
Sadly, no.
Still rolling around in the
Sadly not.
Anyways,
What did Danny get?
let me see. Danny, while looking, you also kind of like wandered into the weapons section. As you kind of look over, you kind of see what looks to be like a thick, bent, like sword. It looks wrong.
Looks
Like
over.
it,
Is it a Kopesh?
it appears to be made of like mortal steel, but like it's just how could you use a sword like that? It's just
It's a Kopesh, ain't it?
it's bent all weird. It looks like that.
Danny looks at it, just sets it back. I don't need any. I don't need any weapons that can hurt mortals. Just walks off looking for more shit.
Well, that was the thing that you rolled. So,
So tough shit.
So, and TT, I feel like naturally you'd walk into the potion section, as this section has helped you last time. However, it appears to be majority cleared out. However, you do see on the bottom, like kind of like a bowl, like a bowl of cream that's like half open and like half used, mostly used, in fact. And
Bits it up, sniffs it a bit.
well, it smells nice. You look at it. It says Media's SPF 5 million.
How much zinc does it contain?
Wait a second, that's the thing Danny needed to get.
She reads the label. She like the facts area.
As you kind of read it, like on it, it says that like kind of scrolled across. Is gonna scroll across. Like its tagline is like, "Colchis can't beat it" or some shit like that. And it offers very temporary immunity to fire.
What? This allows me to not get burned? You bet your Athens it can.
You bet your Athens it can. Or my name isn't Media Magic. Wing.
But how much zinc does it have?
How much zinc?
How much zinc does it have?
All of it.
Well, it's SPF 5 million, so I'll let you do the math.
Man, that's a lot of zinc, Mike. You know what that means.
That's what
Don't let Mac near it. Don't let him near it.
Could be useful. A shame it's been used before. Oh well. As she spits it up, reaches into her back pocket, pulls out a few Roman coins, puts them down, and then puts away and then takes it on the screen.
Put some silver denarii down.
Yeah, she puts some denarii down.
And that appears to be...
I think I must fulfill my vice here. Or fulfill my fatal flaw with that.
Sure.
Yep. all this does is make her lose stability.
You gain 1 willpower, though.
She was already full.
Hey, man. Don't hate the player.
It's in the name of staying in character.
TT does this, enters no stability.
She doesn't lose stability from this. But hey, it was worth it.
I will say, though. I don't know, man. Maybe you could have had Sammy make something cool out of that Copish. I'm just
Maybe.
By the way, how much of the spears are silver?
all of them.
No, I mean like how much? Like is it just like the tips, and then it's like wooden shaft?
Yeah.
Yeah. Whenever Anastasia looks over, here's a lot of as Sammy had pulled out a circular saw and was just cutting off the tops.
I thought she'd set off an alarm.
No, it's just a loud from a circular saw. She's just cutting all the tops off the spears to take the silver.
Media's department store. Always a blast.
TT reconvenes back at the like fountain area and waits for everyone else.
Danny comes back. Man, I didn't really find nothing.
I found multivitamins.
All
and
I found
cure
is his
magic.
busted sword.
What did Ileana find?
I
Nothing.
didn't find anything.
Oh yeah.
She
She
says
rolled.
invisibly.
She rolled a poor number.
TT pulls out a mostly empty sunscreen bottle. SPF 5 million. Apparently it protects against fire.
As he looks at it, that's what I was looking for the longest time.
Oh.
Well, before I made my praxis, the one that allows me to touch lava.
Well, it certainly seems useful. She shakes a bit. Even if it is mostly empty. Probably only one more use out of it.
That can still be life or death. Where's Sammy and Anastasia?
Why do I hear grinding noises?
I feel like this is a normal thing we should expect from Sam. Wait, are you sure you didn't find anything, Danny?
I just found a weird sword that was made out of steel, but I don't need swords made out of steel because those just hurt mortals.
Exactly.
We
We
can
don't
still
really
melt
have
it
much need for that.
down. I mean, we can still melt it down for materials.
I suppose so. Sammy will. After Sammy like cuts off all the tips of the spear and puts them in like a fucking bag, can she just like drag Anastasia down to everyone else?
You see Sammy coming along with Anastasia,
Right
and you just see Sammy like she like looks at you like almost like, hey guys, I got something, and like she just like holds out a spearhead like a knife.
Is that silver?
Yep. I found a bunch of silver spears, but we didn't need the wood part, so I just cut off the silver part.
That's
Yeah,
extreme-
she's like a few stabs with it.
that's extremely useful. Like, see, we fought Lycanon, and he's still out there.
Yes, getting some silver weapons would be quite handy. Good find, Sammy.
What did you find, Anastasia?
I'm sure.
Anastasia? Snap, snap, snap.
No, she's still awake. She's still awake.
Fine.
Oh yeah,
You're forced awake here. For some reason.
This is the most active I've ever seen you.
I don't like her.
It feels wrong.
Did you find anything interesting?
No.
All right then.
Ileana, she's lying.
I feel like you're lying.
I feel like you should shut up.
Come on,
Ileana's just hiding
we're all
something.
telling everybody what we found.
Come on, Anastasia. You can't lie to me.
Ooh, I could fucking spend so much hardcore to give myself all points here.
Now, Anastasia.
You got 40 fucking dice, motherfucker. Watch yourself.
No.
Now, Anastasia, we shouldn't be lying to each other. Thank you for telling us, Ileana. Anastasia, what did you find?
It's too much effort to explain.
And then you can show us the product.
Where's the product, Anastasia?
What's in the bag?
What do you say, though? Like what?
What do you say?
Where's the product, man?
What's in the
Perhaps
bag?
if Ileana rerolled, she could find crystal meth.
Is that like blue candy that they actually used in Breaking Bad? A show that hasn't come out yet, meth candy.
I think it's come out yet. It's Breaking Bad was 2010, wasn't it?
Perfect for pranking homeless people in Chicago.
No. Breaking Bad was 2008. It's out. It's out now. It exists.
Oh wow, man, that came out a while ago.
Breaking Bad's old.
Anastasia.
She takes off her hat, and it's like perfectly standing still over her head.
Thank you.
Like a magic trick.
See, that wasn't so hard.
TT touches it, she just falls over.
He just with a narrow eyes to sort of see what would squint a bit to look at what it is.
It is what that is.
Yep. That seems rather useful.
Wow, it is what it is.
Wait a
It is what
second.
it is.
Mac could use that. He's always getting fatigued after his curse. He needs to eat a lot and he needs to rest a ton. Which means, we can only do it in short bursts. So if we're ever in a dire situation, we can always just slap it on Mac.
Yeah, this show
Could be
was-
useful. Or if worse comes to worse, we can put it on Ileana. Or if we put it on Anastasia, make her stay awake for a bit.
Ah, see, it says anti-fatigue.
Anti-fatigue, not narcolepsy.
Anti-fatigue and anti-stress. It's
Well.
still in the bottom. Recommends that you get your full 8 hours of rest,
That will be useful for Mac.
and
Good
also
find,
encourages,
Anastasia.
and also heavily encourages that this product does not be used to cheat not sleeping.
We're looking
All
at you,
kids
Sammy.
stay away.
Well, I think that's just about everything we'll find here.
I just say that fucking lotion. It's like a regular show episode waiting to happen.
Yeah. Dude, oh, you got it all over me. It's like, dude, I'm sorry. And he just he can't fall asleep and he's going insane. So you have to go to the manufacturer who is actually like a wizard.
Who would Media?
It's like,
Who is yeah?
you like go to the manufacturer who's a wizard and he says, I can't help you if you applied so much to yourself. You're gonna have to speak with the time demon to figure that out.
No, it's
No,
just for us, Steven.
no, he goes to skips. He's like, I've seen this before.
I've seen this before.
We're gonna have to talk to Hypnos himself.
But be careful to not knock over any of his alarm clocks.
And that's how a regular show episode.
And then Wrigley finds one, which is like looks like a 10-gallon hat. He's like, whoa! And he puts it on his head, and then he's just like, whoa, look, dude, look at me! And then he falls.
Oh, dude, did you just take this alarm clock?
Why'd you do that? I don't know. It just looks so good.
You have mastered the format of a regular show episode.
Dude, it's the best. Regular show's the best.
It's great.
Anyways, go on.
You know.
Anyway, so I kill Sammy.
My.
Anyways, I roll 40 dice and attack Sammy with a spear.
Sammy fucking dies.
But gets 2 beats along with it.
Yeah, she does. Hey, all I'm saying, Anastasia, you do 4 lethal to me. That's 2 more beats for Sammy.
I don't know.
I think we have a mutual beneficial relationship here.
Cool,
You
get
beat
over
me
here.
up, I get stronger.
Cool, get over here. Let's see what happens. Come on. You want to test it out? Let's test it out.
You can give her a little bit of an aneurysm, and it shouldn't show off that much.
I massively.
Let's find out. Come on. Come on. What? Just on your knees. I'll be right behind there.
I massively disapprove of this situation.
I came with the invention for Anastasia too, and she's gonna love it. I showed it to her, and she's gonna be so happy with it.
Oh, what's the invention?
Automatic walking.
Sleep. Damn it.
Sleep.
Does Sammy fall asleep?
Do you cast sleep on her?
I'm trying to cast it before she says you mention.
Right.
If nobody learns about it, maybe I can destroy it.
It's too late, Anastasia. Your reaction time is way too slow to
Damn
perform
it.
that tweet.
Oh, dude, you know what I just thought of? Remember when Adam did that, like, Camp Half-Blood as streamers, but doing it as Camp Jupiter as streamers? Anastasia, low rank ASMR streamer. Everyone swears by the results, like it's terrible views because everyone is always asleep watching them.
Tends to fall asleep midstream.
It's a wave of sleeping emojis.
It's that thing where they donate and it plays a loud noise, and she doesn't wake up.
Sammy, I don't know if that's the best one for Anastasia. But she's gonna love it though. Sure. So we automatic walking, huh?
Look, I think it'd be better if she didn't, because then she'd be relying more on the automatic part and doing less stuff.
Yeah, her legs would
Defeat the
atrophy.
purpose of her, which would defeat the purpose of her training. The fact that she's supposed to be more wakeful.
And I don't know if Anastasia herself would even be interested in the invention. But I know she'd love it. Right, Anastasia, you love it?
I don't think she would.
Sammy goes, all right, I have this new invention. The design is very human. It hijacks your bodily
I'm
functions.
plotting your death as we speak.
Sammy.
Anastasia's like actually evil this whole time.
Sammy.
Yeah.
Take a breaking point.
I'm going to single-handedly force Sammy into tragic power.
Anastasia, are you evil?
Only a little
Take a
bit.
breaking
Are you
point.
What's the penalty?
-2.
Can Johnny pat Sammy on the back to help lower the penalties?
Everyone thinks that this invention should stay in prototype phase. Never before have you been denied an invention.
Not even the weirder ones.
Not even the ones that literally break my bones.
Sammy got 2 successes. Can I resolve Shaken to automatically fail the roll instead?
Truly,
Truly.
lose a stability and lose an integrity.
Tragic power Sammy becomes fucking Skynet.
This is the first time Sammy's ever lost integrity, ever.
And you people have done it. You know what you've done? You've crushed the dreams of a child.
You know what? Only Anastasia is to blame.
Look, we didn't tell her invention was terrible. We just let her down
Do I
easily. because
regain
it came
stability for
immediately.
her dream flash?
Danny's like,
It's okay, man. You just make something better.
Danny's like freaking out, like,
A child is crying. Do I regain stability?
And the more we see of Anastasia, the more she's so fucking awful of a person. She's awful.
I don't know, guys. Maybe we should stop beating her.
hey, Sammy, you can still make it.
You can still make it. It's just,
Yeah.
I mean, like I could use it.
No, but you like shoot around in Law and Order and you two jumps.
Yeah, I can use it.
Oh no, she says she has like the mucusy cry. Oh no.
I mean, like, I can use it, and I can use it, Sammy. I don't have any armor.
Fine, fuck all of you. Anastasia puts her hand on Sammy's shoulder.
Sammy looks up, eyes watery.
You have no fucking idea how desperately I want to say I don't want the pants.
Sammy sniffles.
I don't want the pants.
Ileana. She is lying.
Don't ruin it, Ileana. Ileana, don't ruin it.
Ileana does not have the heart to say it.
Even Danny could tell that. It's like, oh yeah, she's lying.
Mm-hmm. Okay, they're gonna be super awesome. I'll have a bit more. I'll add so many more things to it. And she opens a sketchbook and starts tearing at it again. TT has like the Cosmo face.
Where's my stability, Mike?
Hmm?
Where's my stability?
You can get his stability for being nice to her,
Good, give me.
but you don't have a virtue still, so.
I mean, that was virtuous. I don't know virtuous of what, but it was.
Anastasia has no virtue.
I've been trying to find one for like months now.
It's
Too
not,
tired to have
There's really nothing. There's really no positive qualities to Anastasia.
it's like it's not even like she has vice ridden, so she has 2 vices. No, she just doesn't have virtue. She's just missing one.
Patient, maybe?
Not at all.
Yeah, it's hard to find a redeeming quality for her. Sammy hugs you, Anastasia.
Yo, you're all snotty.
She is. She wipes her nose on your robe.
Ah, Sammy, that's Sammy.
Yes.
Do you need a tissue?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Johnny just like takes out like a rag and just cleans.
Oh yeah, people from Texas are supposed to all have rags. Right. That's right. And Danny's. And Danny's just like nodding as if this is totally true.
Sammy goes with a loud into the rag, wipes her nose.
Yeah, I'm not using that handkerchief anymore.
Keith looks at Anastasia. I'm very sorry. We'll be sure to put that in the wash when you get back.
Speaking of which, I think someone needs to bathe her.
That's true. It's all right. I'll take care of it. Anastasia, it's time for your bathing and your clothes cleaning. I'll take care of that tonight.
Was that Ileana that said not it?
Johnny and Ileana both said not it.
He looks to Johnny. Johnny, why would you be on the list to do that?
Why wouldn't he?
Levi did it all the time.
Levi did it all the time.
Danny looks like what? Like baffled.
Yeah, TT looks at Danny. Why wouldn't he? It's practical.
I would more so say inappropriate, but
Why?
Yeah, explain it. Explain it, Danny. Come on.
Dude,
I
don't think any of them know.
They don't know what that is, Danny.
I think you're the only one here.
You're the only adult here.
yeah.
Does he know?
Maybe Anastasia.
TT, he looks over at Johnny and Sammy. TT, he just sort of slides up close and whispers in her ear, just like he explains the situation and why he explicitly can never do it and does not want to.
Danny explains the birds and bees to TT.
That'll require more than a few seconds for TT. TT sort of contemplates a bit. I don't get it.
Right, TT.
I mean, I never wore clothes for a long time.
Is Danny
I grew up with wolves, after all.
Yeah, but it's still weird and inappropriate.
TT,
Steph made me when I was a kid.
What? What'd she say? I didn't hear you.
She said Steph, as in like Stephanie.
Oh,
From-
I said
from
Steph,
camp?
and I was like, the only Steph I can think of.
No.
No,
She
No.
yeah.
I'm
She
cutting
calls
that.
Stephanie Steph.
I will
Well,
shoot that
That's
down
different. 'Cause
immediately.
that's like a mom figure, like just
So
Levi
like,
bathed Anastasia.
is he
Yeah,
not
that
supposed
works.
to?
That works.
But why nobody else?
I mean, not me, Mac, or Johnny.
So only boys that aren't Levi?
Yeah,
Hmm.
Why?
because Levi and Anastasia seem to have a special case.
Is it like
They are friends, yes. Hmm.
Danny's just like getting redder. Why am I having this conversation?
So wait, does that mean we bathe each other?
No, what? No, Anastasia's a special case because she can't.
Do you and Mac bathe together?
No, no.
But are you two not also friends, like
It's
Levi
like
and Anastasia are?
no one really bathes together. That's not a thing. That only happens when you're like babies, and like your mom like bathes you. I don't want to talk
And
about
like your mom.
So wait, is Anastasia a baby?
I mean, on like she can't do it herself. That's the point.
How odd. Is this a Greek custom?
No,
No, I don't.
No, it's a
believe it is.
human custom.
no. Humans don't really bathe together.
I mean, I don't really have a frame of reference. I just bathe by myself.
Yeah, that's the proper way to do it. Yeah.
Hmm.
Anastasia, they are still communicating about this.
More to contemplate. Well, let us
We should
go.
Please don't contemplate it.
If you're real quick, let me see how this works. Hold on. Once per chapter. Is there anything?
What are you doing?
The Mirror's Wisdom thing.
I imagine. What are you using it for? What are you using it for, Liana?
Where would no? It can't be specific. So
Is
Oh,
it
no,
about
it's
the
like-
topic of conversation?
yeah. Yes. So it can be questions like from where the weapon is in or what leverage works best. So it's like, where would the nearest Mark of Athena clue be from this location?
Okay, well, that's not at all what I expected you to say.
Yeah. And I was expecting some sort of bath related gag.
Yeah, I thought you were
Anyway.
continuing the joke.
This one. Listen, man, I need those beats. I need those beats.
I'm trying to get this fucking thing out of my throat. Pause. Pause.
Jeez, you just sucked it all back in.
You are dying over there, man.
I'm not dying. I'm just fucking hacking some sacks.
Wickety whack.
Anyways,
Jack hacky sack.
the nearest Mark of Athena clue. I
Like-
guess east.
To the east from here. Eventually.
So all of the US.
All of the US.
We are on the western coast.
To the east. I must go east. To Japan.
No, you're in
Nippon!
Oh yeah, no wait, no, we're in Chicago right now.
Yeah,
I
we're
was
in-
just talking about. Yeah,
Yeah, we're in
Mind.
like the center.
yeah.
So just take a big, just east, east, go everything east, I suppose.
East from here. Which is good. This is my cutoff point. East from Chicago. I'm narrowing it down. Don't you worry. You see, now if the next time I get a hint for west, I can triangulate. Oh, good enough for me.
As you guys leave, and as you guys walk out, I fucking hate every time I'm sick or anything like it. It always fucks with my throat and my voice. This is
Exactly. That's the
bullshit.
one thing that we have. We could be ugly as sin, but if our voices are fine, then it's all right.
What are you talking about?
What?
I-
What the hell are you talking
Even I'm lost on that one.
Nah, it was a joke about how we don't see each other's face; we just hear each other's voices.
You know, true.
True.
A face for radio, as it were.
Anyways, as you guys are walking out, Anastasia, you go to sleep. Like you just kind of like just immediately. And as you guys walk out, you hear Media's voice say, "Please and thank you for coming by." As like it echoes around the mall as you walk out like the threshold.
The music loop ended as soon as we left.
Well, hopefully we don't have to encounter Medea again.
And we will cut real quick to Anastasia's dream.
Mm.
Oh, okay. We'll cut to Anastasia's dream after a couple of commands are done.
Wow.
Hello? Hello? Anna? Can I call you that?
Who is that?
It's me, Melina. It's been a little bit.
That's
Knocking on your dream door.
It hasn't been that long.
And, did you say that?
Yeah.
Okay, you just projected your... Okay, can I come in?
Door opens.
Okay. Lizzie walks in. Oh, hi again. Okay, I was just curious about something. I've gotten a pretty good, how to say... grasp on your magical signature, right?
Mm,
And, are you, like, traveling right now?
mm,
Hmm? Are you?
mm.
You are? Oh, because I swear I sense you nearby. Are you in the Chicago area by chance?
Mm.
You are? This is like talking to a Blues Clues or a Dora the Explorer, by the way. It's like I'm Dora and I'm communicating with my silent audience. Well, is it cool if I meet you? I can go to you. You don't have to go anywhere because I don't think you'd really want to go anywhere. You're a bit of a lazy bones. Not derogatory, not in a derogatory way though.
I can give myself so many fucking dice now, I swear to God.
I mean, yeah, so can I.
Why not?
Why? Well, I mean, so maybe we can do our little thing in person, and then it'd be like I don't have to like knock on your dream door and then come in and have this whole thing, and I can just be with you.
Talking in dreams with me.
What'd you say?
Talking in dreams with me.
But I'm not as good at it as you are, and I have to be the one to initiate because you aren't gonna do it.
Yeah, you're right.
You know, we've only talked to each other about like a handful of times over the course of knowing each other. I have come to that conclusion that that is the character that you are. Anyways, I'll just come to you if that's okay. and it could be over there, and and yeah, we can do a little thing in like a little club. It'd be so cool. Why are you in Chicago though?
I don't know. I do know, but I don't. I know I don't. I don't know. Like I wasn't ready for that.
Okay. I mean, that's kind of weird because, to travel somewhere, you kind of have to have a conscious effort and, a motive and a reasoning and kind of do anything and a care to want to go somewhere. Like there's a whole lot of things that could lead to you wanting to go there. Are you like not alone?
No,
You aren't. You have other friends?
I want to go with friends.
You have other apprentices?
I wouldn't call them that either.
Who are they? Did they kidnap you?
Yes.
Yes, save me. No.
Did this happen again? I remember you were traveling before, but I just thought you were like that was whenever I didn't really know you, so I didn't really know that you weren't the traveling type. So they didn't kidnap you.
No.
Well, I should have expected that. Of course they couldn't. They couldn't kidnap you. You're like a master sorceress.
Yeah, I'd kill them.
Well, I mean, if you're into
I'd
that
kill
sort of
them.
thing, okay. Sure kill them. That's kosher. Okay, well, I'll be over there. So, in a moment. Okay. Make sure you don't leave too quickly, and tell your friends that I'm coming so they don't like try to kidnap me too or whatever. Okay. Are you gonna do that?
Yes.
That's a. It was a long yes. Okay, I'm leaving now. I'll be right there though. Please don't leave without me. Okay, bye. As she walks away the dream. As we cut over to Macklemore. Just a quick little cut. As we see Mac, I assume in the training room, perhaps.
Yeah.
As you see Mac, just kind of pacing a little bit before sitting down. You just do it cross-legged.
Mm-hmm.
You try to do like the monks do.
Yeah.
You just
Image
sit down,
training.
sit down, close your eyes, cross-legged.
Mac would too.
As you just do that, making sure to take deep breaths. You feel really tired and sleepy, and like you just want to take a nap in this position, though.
No, I know that sleeping defeats the purpose of it or whatever.
I know, but you just feel like it.
I know.
And yeah, Mac does that. And as time passes, you guys all make it back to the Argo. Let's just say you guys.
asleep, so you could only manage to say, "Don't kill." As soon as she goes back to sleep,
What'd she say?
don't kill.
As you guys are walking up to the Argo 2, you just see your Anastasia say, "Don't kill."
I wonder if she's having an odd dream.
Cody, you're muted. Okay, I'm just making sure.
Son of a bitch.
Oh, okay.
Well, dreams are all prophetic, right? He looks
Yeah.
concerned.
Yeah.
Is she having a dream about killing someone?
Or I guess not wanting to kill
I'm
someone.
dreaming about killing Sammy. That's what.
Or someone coming for us?
We should prepare our defenses just in case.
No.
Yeah, we should get stronger.
Johnny, you're in the ballistas.
Yeah, but
Make sure to shoot to kill. Don't hesitate.
to kill. I won't hesitate. It just Elder shows up and Johnny kicks her head off.
These guys walked onto the Argo 2.
If there's no more information here.
Cheese it, guys. It's the fuzz.
It's fun. All right, everyone. All right, everyone have everything they need? No one left anything at the mall?
Oh, I think I left the spearhead.
Going once. Going twice. Okay.
I can't think of anything.
Sam, Anastasia, you can hear me?
Yeah.
Yep. I am ready to go back to the Argo too.
Yep, looks like we have absolutely no more business here.
I'll go 2 times.
The Argo 2? Goodbye, Chicago. We will never see you again.
Well, that's not true. It's unrealistic. As you guys set off, where to next?
Well, for now, we'll just return to the Argo 2 and see how the others are doing.
To the ship.
Mac is crying in his room.
Matt got bullied by a child.
Mac is not in his room.
Who is the first person we find in the ship?
Where do you look?
The
The first person you find is probably Eleanor.
Yeah.
Eating ham.
Oh, hello, Eleanor. Have you seen where the other two are?
I think Mac went to the training room or something.
Did they talk at all? I certainly hope so.
They did. It was
Oh,
awful.
that's good.
It was uncomfortable.
That's less good.
It was very uncomfortable. I think you may have overestimated how much. I think you may have overestimated how much the male's capacity for social abilities was.
Mac?
Specifically with the little one.
I'll admit that.
Perhaps we need a more unrelenting force of optimism.
Mac is kind of he's pretty corny.
We'll see how the training goes. I don't want to count it out just yet.
Although she likes to make jokes. So maybe they can bond over their agreement to terrible wordplay.
Oh man, Jackson ain't here.
We just need to find something to bond over. For now, TT holds onto Liana's, or not, Anastasia's hand and sort of pulls Anastasia along. Time for your bath. As TT's going to pull Anastasia over and going to bathe her and wash her clothes.
Who's making dinner tonight?
Maria.
Rhea.
You get out of your van and see everyone's back.
Time for more research.
Just time to make dinner. She goes into the cabinet. Of course, all of the lunch meat. And continues searching through.
I mean, we could go to the grocery store.
I can work with this.
Okay.
I have not tried this. Salisbury steak. What is this? Just gonna cook some Salisbury steak.
Oh, that smells good.
Haven't had steak in a while.
I do not know where this country of Salisbury is.
Neither do I. We can probably search it up on the scanner.
If it is good. Makes Salisbury steaks.
Well, I'm gonna be in the training room.
I'm gonna go too. I don't even need to do there. I just want to hang out.
Oh, that would be nice.
Let's go.
Sam's gonna follow
Johnny around.
Sammy and Johnny go to the training room. And they see Mac just sitting down in the middle, like meditating, quietly going.
I think he's meditating.
Hi, Mac.
Yeah, that was his mistake. How are you? You must have an iron focus.
Wow. It's like Anastasia when she's sleeping.
No,
It's all the time.
No, you ruined it. You ruined it.
You ruined it by explaining it.
Well, in all fairness, any sense of quiet would immediately evaporate in Sammy's presence.
Yeah.
She says it like she's proud as she puts her hands on her hips.
Pet.
Hmm.
This is a common occurrence.
So what are you doing here, Mac?
You know.
Nope. No, I don't.
Oh yeah, we found like some anti-fatigue cream over in the medias. So that could probably be useful for you to have.
For emergencies only, Mac.
Oh, hi, Dan.
Yeah? Why are you...
I came to show Mac these. And he holds up the vitamins. Mac, you remember these?
Oh yeah, my dad gave them.
Yeah, apparently, like, we can just find these. It's weird.
Oh, yeah, it looks like Medea made them.
You think? You think you could remake those, or were they part of like magic ingredients?
Sam shakes her head.
I can make physical stuff. That's more chemistry and magic. I can't do that.
Anastasia could do it, but you guys don't know that.
And Ileana,
Eve could do
also
that.
can't.
You need someone who's, like, really good at magic and probably creation stuff.
Well, we don't really know anyone who can do that.
Sammy would not remember that.
What?
Sammy would not remember Anastasia casting like the using Crucible to increase
yeah.
the value of the gold back to the Amazons.
I mean, Johnny would remember that, but that's not really crafting, it's just transmutation. So he's like, nah, that doesn't count. I don't think the red one knows how to make anything magical.
Yeah, she only seems to have crafts and sits on the computer all day.
What's up with that anyway?
Sammy shrugs.
She doesn't. Whenever I see her typing, she's typing like an old person. Like she's never held a computer before.
With her glasses all the way up to the edge of her nose.
Do you know anything about that, Mac?
Greeks and campaign aren't allowed to use technology like that.
Oh, yeah. Danny did say something about that, didn't he? Why don't you?
Because it attracts monsters.
But don't you just beat him?
We're a summer camp. Most of us aren't trained for combat.
I guess that would be true.
That's not true.
Yeah, not true.
Trained that well for combat.
Lucy is the swordsman instructor. So.
Okay, I believe you.
Well, why don't we beat them then, huh? I'm giving you the fucking explanations. You tell me.
The explanation is that demigods aren't freaks like you fuckers.
Yeah. Basically, Matt's explanation is correct. Just, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. That's unfortunate.
I mean, we over at Camp Jupiter we're just good enough for that. And we just, no reason not to, right?
I mean, I also guess it helps that we have like walls and like military infrastructure.
Yeah, we're really well defended.
and like an
and the
economy.
society.
Yeah, we kind of. I guess it helps that we're like a city and not like a camp.
Yeah, any monster that gets close to you just obliterated. Either by one of the praetors or just by Terminus.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's also another one up. Yeah, we have Terminus.
Mm-hmm. Man, your camp's way worse than ours.
Yeah,
The
thanks,
living
Sammy. I'll
conditions
just tell all those kids who died from monster attacks that they should have been better.
Uh-huh. Oh.
It's
Mac, what?
what spurred that? Jeez,
like,
dude.
I get it, but
Jeez.
I get like the concept that you're trying to make there, but no, that's the worst way to do it.
Jeez, you don't have to put it like that.
Oh.
Sammy, don't pay attention.
I'll need to build even better inventions for all of them then. Right?
Yeah, there you go, Sammy.
Yeah, that makes sense.
What to build?
Something that was very useful that we didn't have.
I'll have to think on that.
Something. Now you have the Gorgon. Maybe something with range.
Maybe. Oh yeah, Ileana doesn't have anything. She had the shredder's pretty good, but she wasn't able to hit anything at range, was she? I should probably get her a backup weapon.
Yeah, I believe all she has is a small bow.
And I need to working on Danny's stuff.
Oh yeah.
I gotta come up with something for the Tracon still. So much to do.
I guess it's time to start training.
Oh yeah, but what are you doing here, Mac? You never really answered.
He was
You're
meditating.
just kind of sitting.
You call meditating?
What's it do?
I don't know.
It clears his mind. There's a bunch of uses for meditation, like stress relief, clearing your mind, remaining calm.
Oh, like when Big Bro and I play a game of who can go the longest without talking.
Danny
Kinda.
like kind of chuckles at that, like just the laugh escapes his mouth before he just closes his mouth. He's like, oh, didn't say nothing.
I mean, kinda, I guess.
Yeah, Cameron loved to play that game back at camp.
Yeah, he always beats me. I've never been able to beat him though. One day I will.
Good luck with that.
I need to come up with more inventions. Timmy just sits down and starts sketching.
She's gonna be like that for the next few hours. As John just gets ready to train. Just practice his fighting moves.
Alrighty. Did you just do that? Alrighty. And afterwards, you all have a nice little dinner. Anything to discuss while at dinner?
Tasty will. As she like pulls like a meat bone out of her. Yeah, she like pulls like a half a Salisbury steak out of her mouth. And swallows it.
Well, with that complete, we need to decide on our next course of action.
Well, looking at possible information hubs, we still have ALS. Danny, didn't we meet the Amazons?
We did.
Amazons.
They were kind of going through some stuff though. Something about a queen succession, but now that Thanatos is around, I guess it might help. But
I mean, it'd be good to check up on them and possibly help if we can.
I don't know if we're gonna get much help out of them, but maybe.
What do you mean by a queen succession?
Well,
Basically, like
so the previous queen of the Amazons, the current queen,
was getting attacked for the throne by the previous queen of the Amazons that kept getting revived through the doors of death. Each one concurrently was stronger than the last, so she was having a hard time.
I see. But she defended her station.
As far as we know,
Hmm.
we haven't really been in contact.
I
Kind of
see.
seems like a situation where her enemy keeps getting back up, but she has limited the supplies to heal.
A war of attrition, then.
War of attrition, and when the enemy has infinite supply.
Hmm.
Speaking
Not a
of
promising
war,
outlook for her.
Speaking of war, do any of us know where the Romans are?
No, not at present. Other than, of course, the obvious answer of Camp Jupiter. But in terms of how much they've mobilized, well, I believe we're all in the dark.
Is there any way we could try to reason with them now? Do things have cooled over a little bit?
Hmm.
If they've mobilized, it might be too late.
Don't you have that thing that Iris message?
It'll be difficult to stop a war campaign once it's started. But
But the Praetor should have power to stop them, shouldn't it?
perhaps I do. But you must remember, Hallie is of equal rank with me. If Hallie agrees to the war campaign, well, I haven't actually been around camp long. I haven't exactly been around camp recently.
Well, still, if anyone could even slightly convince her, it'd probably be you.
Do you think Hallie would go to war?
I don't know. Sort of blinks a few times. Well, if she did, I suspect the camp would be fully moving. But again, it'll take some time for them to mobilize.
So the less time we dally, the better. Much information. I have really information on the location of that giant, though.
Yes, I believe that would be the most likely lead we should. I believe that would be the best lead for us to pursue. It was given us by Lord Bacchus himself. And that means it's worth quite a lot. If we were to find info on that, that'd be quite good. We know it's an urban area near some sort of salt lake specifically.
Salt water.
Saltwater. Urban area near saltwater.
Well, the only place I can think of that. You said it was landlocked?
Yes, landlocked.
Salt Lake City, Utah.
Didn't we just come from Salt Lake City?
Possible.
A lot of salt water. Landlocked.
Do you have any? Do we know anyone else who would have like this information?
Well, there's always Aeolus.
Who?
He's related to the Four Winds. During my previous quest with Mac, Ileana, and Maria, we came to him for information, and were able to get a few leads on where to go. It could be possible for us to go there again, although he'll likely ask a favor of us in return.
Yeah, likely. I guess if we want to be efficient, we should just visit whichever's closer. That way we don't have to waste time with extra miles and extra repairs and stuff of that nature.
We could also ask him for more information about Forces. Forces? Is that how you pronounce it? Forces?
Yeah, I think it's more Forces.
Forces?
Or steady?
It's like
Forces.
PH Forces.
Forces. TT would do Forces.
It'll be a good opportunity to learn more about Forces before we actually meet him in person.
We get to prepare that way.
Ileana, I don't suppose Deus's laptop has anything about Forces.
We're in the training room, right?
Well, we're all at dinner now.
Okay, we're out dinner. I thought, yeah. Let me check the Giants capital G. The files. Does data have any files on Giants with a capital G? Or the Gigantomachy?
Forces is one of Gaia's children.
Yeah. I mean, you look through the Giants section, he's not there.
We're like looking at the files. Does he have anything about Gaia or Gaia's children? Or the mythological family tree?
You're gonna have to make a whole thing with that.
I can start research on it. I'm for the extended action, I feel.
That would be an extended action, yes.
Yes. I'm assuming it would be intelligence, what's it called? Or computer.
Computer still.
Computer.
If I may add, Lord Bacchus said that Forces was one of Gaia's children. He did not specify that Forces was a giant. Looking at the giant section may not be the best place to look.
I should just go down to Children of Gaia.
There was that one gladiator who was a child of Gaia and Poseidon.
Indeed. Not all children of Gaia are giants.
I suppose it makes sense.
Talia just agreed with that without knowing the context.
Yeah, like
Yep,
literally just
she did. Yep, she took it in stride.
Ileana just asked who?
She knows jack shit about what Danny was talking about.
Alright, hold on. Satiation be expenditure. Well, I want to spend satiety on this. Let's get stability on this. Hold on, let me.
I don't know if you need to spend stability on a research roll.
No, it's an ability that lets me add dots to skills.
Mimir's wisdom.
That's how I knew That's how I knew Anastasia was fibbing. Yeah. For next 24 hours, you know what? It's an existing mental skill. I might as well. My stability is fine. I'm not talking with friends. I don't need that stability. Alright, so let's see.
You guys are having a nice dinner together, even if one of you isn't talking.
Yeah, so it was.
Yeah, Anastasia.
Intelligence plus layer. Yeah, intelligence plus layer, so that would be that. Ooh, 16. Oh, that's a lot. And the max is 9, so I'm gonna give myself 9 temporary dots in computer. And then I don't know, so science.
I like the fact that Maria definitely has to make like seconds and thirds specifically for Mac and TT. And
Yeah.
herself, because she takes a lot of caloric intake to try and keep going. And same with Mac. TT just
I would just roll this plus this, and then yes. That would just be 7 times, right? For an extended action. I roll 7 times, right?
You
right?
roll as many dice as you have. Also, you should do that after dinner, weirdo.
I can still, you don't stop.
imagine you having a nice dinner with your found family, right?
My
And
found family.
one and like the smart one is just rolling dice all over the table while you're trying to eat.
I ain't rolling dice. I'm googling. Well, fine. I'll
And Mac pulls out now put that dang phone down and eat like a family.
Fine.
Put that daggone phone down.
Put that dang elbow down.
Put that dang phone down and eat like a family where we talk to each other. Pulls open a newspaper and starts reading it.
And I still pre-roll it because there's a lot of rolls.
You can do it later. Don't worry about it.
And
And perhaps as well, Sammy could scan for any landlocked saltwater areas. I'm not sure if the standard gets that specific, but it could be worth a shot.
I mean, if we look around saltwater and we see some place that's surrounded or near it, I could. No.
Urban, landlocked, near saltwater.
So you wanted to talk to me later, right, TT?
That's right. We can do so after dinner, perhaps while you're researching. Does anyone have any other plans for looking for saltwater areas? Certainly, my two ideas would be searching on the scanner and perhaps talking to Aeolus.
That's really the best options that we have. Anything else would just be, taking more of our time.
Indeed. We can't go on a wild goose chase forever.
Yeah. I mean, I'd like to help out the Amazons, but.
I too would like to meet the Amazons, but I'm not sure how much we could do for them right now. And I don't know how much they would know about saltwater areas. They sound rather interesting.
They do own a delivery company, so they've been around the world. They also trade a lot of things.
Yeah, we'll also have to be a little bit careful. They tried to enslave me the last time I was there.
They tried to do that. Yeah, dudes in collars. It was kind of weird.
But like as a voluntary thing.
I mean,
Odd.
It's a weird choice of profession, like doing something without getting paid, but okay. Seems like a very counterproductive job.
I guess you'll get it when you're older.
What?
Is this related to the bath thing?
Yeah, just, let's not talk about this while we're eating. Exactly. Do not talk about such gross things while we're at the table.
Oh, Maria, do you know something about this? Danny was talking about how...
No, we're not talking about this like Maria said. Exactly. We're not talking about this.
One day. For now, I say...
TT's 30, just like, I still don't know what Danny was talking about.
What did he?
What was he cooking?
Johnny, what did he mean by this?
Danny, if you could work the scanner, I believe Sammy might be a bit busy.
Yep, I can do that.
From what she's told me, you seem rather adept at using it.
I'm just good at video games.
I see.
Sure thing.
Video game.
Meanwhile, Ilyana, I'll talk with you about your personal training.
Okay.
Everyone else, you are adjourned.
Alrighty.
Danny stretches. I'm gonna go unwind with some Castlevania.
I guess
The Castlevania and the Searcher, or
As he flips open the Game Boy and starts walking towards the controls.
he does the Belmont stride, as we know.
He only does it up
I'm gonna-
steps.
I'm gonna go training.
okay. We will start with Danny to get the rolls out of the way. And now you can do your dice rolls.
Let's go.
And this will be over the course of after your talk to TP.
Hold on, I just need to get back to my computer. Alright.
You laying down? You laying down, little boy?
I was just sitting on my bed, wrapping myself in some blankets because I've begun to shiver.
Oh, you've gotten to shiver. I mean, I don't know why you got away from your PC. You got a fucking portable heater right there.
It's not enough.
So,
This is
question: are you doing this in active? If you need to spend, no Iker. It's just no Iker to boot it up. It just happens. But do you spend? Are you going to do this in active scanning mode or passive scanning mode?
Active was the one that was more scan, right?
Yes, more scan, but it attracts monsters. Or basically, it sends out a ping that anyone can pick up. But I mean, we're going to be staying here much longer, so
Yeah, so that active.
Okay. Now you need to select a range from 1 mile, 10 miles, 100 miles, 1,000 miles, 10,000 miles.
10,000 miles.
How much is the coast to coast?
About 1,500 ish. No. Miles across. 3,000 miles roughly.
3,000. And since we're in the center, it'd go in a radius, correct? So
Yes.
it'd be less. Like, so how much would I spend?
1,500 ish. Could go 1,000. You could just go 10,000.
I'll do that. How much Icor?
No Itor,
Oh.
but 10,000 would be a -5. But because you're doing active scanning mode, it is reduced by 3 steps to 1, 2, 3 to only 10 miles which is the -2. So, first up, what are you putting in as the broad scan? I guess no. I think this would just be a broad scan because we're not doing specific scan. I guess it'd just be. Yeah, probably be like.
Bodies of salt water.
Yeah, bodies of salt water, and then we just look for any that are in urban areas, urban landlocked areas.
And not in the coast.
Yeah.
Okay.
That sound good, Mike?
Sure.
Okay, so
Right.
I'm rolling int plus computers.
Int plus computers +4 -2.
Okay, int plus computers.
And normally, because you're doing active scan, there would be another roll, but you, being Danny, automatically succeed it because it's a video game.
Plus 4 -2.
Yes.
Okay. And then that's it. And then 1 success.
Here is the success chart.
Give me a moment. Can I go back on this? Okay, I'm just gonna use what I have right now. So, pinging across all of the U.S. So you look for bodies of salt water.
And then we just check any ones that are in landlocked urban areas.
By doing that, you come up at around. This is a very specific number here. 390. This is incorrect. This is incorrect, but I'm using it for now.
390, huh?
Daniel looks at it. Oh boy. Checking through all the urban areas and writing them down.
Alrighty.
Yep.
Yeah, in urban areas. About 390. Around that.
Oh wow. Cool. He's looking. Are there any big ones, like the biggest ones, besides Salt Lake?
They aren't that big, no.
There's just one in like the middle of Wyoming that the mist hides at all times. I think Wyoming is like a flat plain, but it's actually a huge like saltwater sea that Poseidon rules over.
Yeah, it's just fucking underground. You did 10,000 miles?
Mm-hmm.
Let me look at something real quick. Looking at the globe of the scanner, you you do look at the Dead Seas, and very way east. You do see the Dead Sea way east.
The Dead Sea Scrolls.
Way east, all the way in Jordan. It is actually a landlocked body of salt water.
It is, yeah.
Technically, yeah.
It's also the saltiest thing on the earth.
Literally
term.
unlivable.
Yeah.
But yeah, about 390. All in these urban areas. They aren't that big.
Mm-hmm.
You just
Well.
gonna report it back to TT and everybody.
Alright. You should go to report that to TT. TT, Ileana, go.
All right. Yeah. TT would just, I assume Eliana goes to her room for research.
Yeah.
Yeah, TT will follow and just like sit down in one of Ileana's chairs or something.
As Ileana's typing, you can see that there's a rabbit plush leaning on Ilya.
So, I think it's about time we begin your one training.
Yeah, that. What is my training again?
Well, first, I sate my curiosity. I had a question for you. What is strength to you?
Adaptation and willingness to change.
A snappy response. I like it.
It's quite simple. We as humans must constantly evolve and change ourselves for the better to survive. The world does it, monsters do it, and everyone else does it. No one nation can remain the same forever. No one person can remain the same forever, unless they fall.
Very good. Then I think this training will be wonderful for you. I believe this training will help not only you, but the team as a whole. Personally, I think you're already brilliant. You're far smarter than me. You have tactical genius, you have snappy response times, and you come up with a plan on the fly.
You can just feel like sparkles, like more of them gather the more you say this.
However, at current, none of that can help the team.
Deflates.
Sorry. And that is what I want to help you with.
She points at Eliana's mouth.
Your communication skills. They're lacking. I noticed it first during our time with our first encounter with Media. You were the first one to notice something was wrong, and you come up with a brilliant plan, but you weren't able to convey that to any of us. Your emotions got the better of you. So, that's what I wish to train with you. Social communication skills.
How do I do that?
Well, I have a few ideas. For starters, I think just you and I talking would be good. Get you more adjusted to speaking with others. From what I've heard, you grew up on Olympus, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I imagine you haven't had much opportunity to work together in a team before.
No. My first mission was just to save Finn.
Exactly. So, I need to get you more used to talking with others, sharing your thoughts, and putting your thoughts into words, especially when you come up with strategies. You'll be leading us on the battlefield for many times. You need to be able to adequately convey your orders to all of us.
I guess that makes sense. I-
Once you can do that, I'm sure we'll be a very effective fighting force. With your brains and being able to convey your brilliant plans properly, I'm sure we'll find victory from any situation.
Yeah, that's pretty logical. I didn't expect that.
Of course. And one of your trainings, once I get you more comfortable talking to me, we'll be enlisting the help of Eleanor.
Do I have to? Can't we just get someone else to do it?
If you can speak with her, I've been able to notice what she does to you. If you can speak with her and keep your cool, then you'll be able to keep your cool in any situation.
I knew there was going to be a catch.
A trial by matchstick. But don't worry.
I think you mean trial by fire.
Well, trial by fire would be having you doing it in an actual situation. If I were to just have you barking orders immediately as we're fighting some sort of giant. This is a controlled burn. A matchstick.
That doesn't make sense. So, what is it that you want to talk about?
Well, for starters, we could just chat about each other. About yourself. It's a leader's duty to know her troops, after all.
I guess that makes sense. So, is there anything in particular you want to know about me?
Well, your hobbies, perhaps.
She kind of like takes a pause from like constantly time, like, well, there's embarrassing. One thing to surprise.
You already did it in front of her.
I did.
See, this is the training I'm talking about. Being able to put your thoughts into words, and being able to say what you want to say.
Well, besides reading, hanging out with Hannah, yeah, also. I also speaks really low on that one.
Again, I may have good hearing, but not everyone does, especially not on a battlefield. Speak up a bit so we can all hear you.
I also sing.
That's lovely. Gives you strong vocal cords.
Yeah. Do I have to talk about this?
Yes.
Well, whenever I was finished with my training for the day with Athena, I would always go to listen to the Children of Apollo perform.
The Muses.
Yeah, the Muses. There you go. Thank you. I really enjoyed their performances, and I always kind of wanted to be like them.
TT has a very soft smile as she's listening to you.
It's
probably one of the softest you've seen.
It's just the idea of being out there on a stage with thousands of people who know your name and thousands of people who love you is nice.
I can understand. Then, I believe this training will help you achieve your dream as well. If you to put your thoughts into words, then you'll be able to put your thoughts into lyrics as well.
Yes, sir. I never really thought of actually composing my own stuff. I mostly just sang covers.
Hmm.
Do you know what a cover is?
I'm aware.
Okay.
I may not be entirely knowledgeable about the world, but I do have at least a few basic knowledges.
I guess it's kind of embarrassing that I'm not that good when I inherited arts.
Then you can just get better. Nobody starts perfect at anything. Only by training do we improve.
Mm.
Some have natural talent, yes, but natural talent isn't everything. It's training that makes or breaks it.
Yeah, I guess you're right about that. And she's just kind of like the entire time she's been like twirling hair in between her fingers. I guess you're right about that. Just sinks a little bit into her chair. I kind of already blew it when I asked Sammy to make me that microphone.
I'm sorry if Sammy hurt your feelings by not wanting to make it. She can be eccentric.
It was a stretch anyway.
I have an idea. Why don't we come up with some really strange invention and then we can pitch it to Sammy. We can come up with some kind of microphone weapon. I'm sure that would get her attention. She's never worked with sound before.
Yeah, and it would be very useful because it would be both range and also basically unavoidable if you can't cover your ears. And if say something like a Dracon, well, they can't cover their ears with their claws. No one's really immune to sound.
Not to mention it would serve a dual purpose. With you having a vocal amplifier like that, you'd be able to shout your plans to us from anywhere. Using code words, of course, so we don't give away what we're doing to the enemy.
Oh yeah, we should make attack move names and strategy names.
One thing at a time. We'll start with the basics before we move on to complex attack move names like that.
Okay.
If you try to run before you walk, you'll just end up tripping. Believe me, I've tripped more than enough to know that.
That's pretty hard to believe.
I know I may seem composed, but I was not always like this. You should have seen me when I was your age. I was, well, wild, for lack of a better term. I was rambunctious, rowdy, refused most baths, refused to cut my hair, bit anyone who came close to me. I was quite the problem child.
I guess that makes sense, but being a problem child, that's unheard of.
And I could barely talk to others. I'd spent all my time with Lupa. She taught me language, of course, but I didn't feel a need to use it most of the time. My sentences were stilted, and I'd try to get around talking whenever I could. I was atrocious at it.
I guess that's where what was her name? Stephanie?
Stephanie. Yes. She's a daughter of Venus. That'd be Aphrodite for you. She taught me how to speak to others. Not just literally in terms of learning language, but metaphorically. Or, I suppose, more in depth.
To communicate?
Yes. She taught me to communicate.
I guess it makes
In essence, she did exactly what I'm doing here.
I guess that makes sense. I mean, Lupa is a good I assume Lupa is a good teacher, but she is also she's mostly knowledgeable about wolf behavior, not really human behavior.
Indeed. Lupa taught me how to work with a pack. Taught me to be cooperative. Taught me to be creative, cunning, and strong. But it was Stephanie who taught me to be human. Taught me to talk to others, to understand others, even if I'm still struggling with that sometimes. She taught me how to give orders to others, to lead effectively. I was always going to be Praetor, but that just gave me more time to prepare for it.
I guess things would have turned out different if you didn't actually know how to communicate with people. I doubt
Exactly.
asserting dominance 24/7 really makes for an actual loyal community.
Exactly. There's a time and place for putting someone in their place, but that doesn't work all the time. Barking orders to keep in line is a tool I use, of course, but that just using that ruling only through fear earns nothing. It breeds insubordination.
And rebellion.
Constant defense and attack makes one look weak.
Insecure.
Exactly. Cooperation is where we really need to shine. We are a team.
It can be the strongest in the world, but if you flip out at it, if you flip out at even the slightest challenge, that would just mean you're weak mentally.
Exactly. I am strong. Of course I am. I'm Praetor after all. But I'm not all-knowing. I'm not so self-centered as I can't accept the tactical advice of others. I'd be nowhere without people giving me the proper advice. And I'm not perfect at everything. I'm strong, but I'm not necessarily the strongest. I'm fast, but Mac is faster. I'm skilled in my powers, but Danny has more creative powers. I'm strong, but I'm not perfect. And that's the most important thing to recognize.
You did have a council.
Indeed. I'm simply best suited for leadership.
It doesn't make sense. Though, I do have to ask, what would you do if someone did come along and was able to surpass you?
Well,
Kill them.
if they were to prove to me beyond a doubt that they were a better leader than me, I'd happily follow them.
Really now?
I don't know how Ileana's truth thing works, but if it's passive, TT is telling the truth right now.
Yep.
She just knows.
Yeah.
She just knows when people are deceiving her.
Yep.
Yeah, TT is being entirely truthful with that statement.
That's really surprising, especially considering, daughter of Jupiter and fighting king and all that.
My father, I believe, from what my brother told me, he has an often inherited fatal flaw. Pride, right?
That would definitely make sense. Especially since
that is not my fatal flaw.
Hmm?
My fatal flaw is structure. I believe things must act a certain way, and that there's a specific structure to all things. I just so happen to believe that I'm the top of that structure. If someone were to be the new top, I would have no issue fitting somewhere else in the structure. As long as it's organized, that's enough.
Organization, kind of like, I guess, an extreme version of OCD.
In a sense. There's laws that we all must follow. Traditions, structures. As long as we all follow it, I believe that should be suited. In fact, I believe my fatal flaw actually makes me a better Praetor. It makes me perfectly suited for running Camp Jupiter. We are a top-down military structure, after all. We are perfectly compartmentalized and ordered, and we have a very specific way of doing things. It fits me perfectly.
I suppose that makes sense, but I have a question. Even
Mhm.
structure isn't always rigid when it comes to like laws and ideals. Like New Rome is just that, New Rome. It's not the same as the old Rome because the old Rome fell. So eventually, the structure, through one way or another, will either subtly or entirely change. That's just how
I'm
life
aware.
works.
I've encountered that firsthand before. I grew up with Lupa. I grew adept to her structure. I lived by her rules. When I started living with Stephanie, it was difficult to get me to adapt to the new rules. It took a long time for me to accept a new structure. But I did, eventually. Some of my old traits still remain too far ingrained to be removed, but as a whole, I'm now part of Camp Jupiter's structure. And I suppose now, at the Argo 2, I'm building the Argo 2 structure. There's a set way these things are, and that's just fine by me.
I guess it makes sense, especially if anything. You probably have the most fitting fatal flaw to have in your position. I can
Indeed.
can't really imagine how out of place it would be if you were in any other situation. How dangerous it would be, even.
Yes. I'm aware it sometimes makes social relations complicated. They're so fluid, changing. It's difficult to keep up without a strict set of rules and structure for how things are supposed to go.
Yeah, and you know it firsthand from Steph versus Lupa that there is no such thing as a one-size-fits-all structure.
Yes. But, well, fatal flaws are not always so logical, are they? We adhere to them, even when they are not perfect. That is why they are fatal flaws, after all.
Yeah, my ego kind of speaks. Yeah, my ego kind of makes me act in the ways I really shouldn't. Yeah, I guess
But we are not bound by them, after all. They may get the better of us at times, but they are not absolute.
my Lady Athena didn't always tell me that not to define by fatal flaw.
And then she sounds like she was very wise, fitting of the goddess of wisdom.
It'd be against her job description if she didn't.
Well, I believe we made great progress today. Your train's already coming along nicely.
Yeah.
Good work, Ileana. You're doing good.
Thank you.
You hear a knock on the door.
Oh,
It's
I
you,
believe we have
Danny.
visitors.
He's
TT will
coming
go
for
over. TT will open it up. Oh, hello, Danny.
Cody's muted.
What brings you here? Oh,
Hello. Hey, it's me, Danny.
hey, it's me, Danny.
Oh, am I interrupting something?
no, we were just finishing up.
Mhm.
I hope you don't mind more company, Ileana.
I guess not. Now that this conversation's over.
Well, I got the results from the scan.
Did it narrow it down?
Not quite. 390 points of interest.
Far too many to check manually. We may have a lot of time, but not that much.
How long would Ileana's research be?
4 hours. You haven't started it yet, though.
I could get my research done in 4 hours to see if hold on, let me check his name.
Forsus.
See if Forces has like anything he prefers or any places he goes to. Maybe if we're lucky, Daedalus met him.
Perhaps. But I suspect most of Daedalus' research is on out of date topics. The history, the past of these people.
It-
We want
yeah,
to find them in the present.
though in fairness, mythology does kind of lean into patterns.
That is
That's-
true. I still believe it's worthy research. Knowing more about who we're looking for is always a good idea.
I guess we
I'll
can
leave you
just
to do your research.
Hmm.
You can report
and-
back anything you find at tomorrow's morning meeting.
Oh, and Danny, can you close the door just for a second?
As he
Yeah.
goes over and closes the door.
Hug.
Huh?
She hugs TD.
I,
I thought you said ugh. Like, and he wasn't going to do it. I'm like, what are you talking about? I said I was going to do it.
TT gives Ileana a few pats on the head.
and then she goes back to typing away.
And from there, all of you guys go to sleep, I imagine. Go to bed. Yeah. That will go on over April 5th, and we'll end the session there.
All right.
This is very good. I like that.
I have a couple of epilogues.
Moving up.
So after beats, we'll do those.
Alrighty.
I suppose
And
we
yeah,
can
actually-
do them before beats, but whatever.
That would be cool.
First one. Around whenever Anastasia was taken to her room, Anastasia, Lemon,
Lemon!
Lemon!
Dun 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 dun.
Lemon! Lemon! Are you speaking? We can't hear you. It's too dark in here.
It's too dark in here.
Anastasia, look out! Oh no, she has witch palsy. Oh god, she has witch palsy and she can't hear us.
Lemon!
Anastasia, look out for the train. Oh no!
I think he's talking to someone in the back. There's probably something going on. Because
Mm-hmm.
should we do a different epilogue first before we get to Anastasia's then?
Well, this one's a quicker one, I suppose. This epilogue is Ileana 4 hours after her research.
Speed.
After you research all there is about forces within this,
Mhm.
Forces is a god. is a god that it appears that what's his name, that Daedalus didn't really like, and in some cases, instead of in some cases, instead of referring to him as Forcus, it's actually Forcus, not Forces, but referred to him as Porky.
Porky.
All right,
Forcus is the god of hidden dangers of the deep. He is most notable in myths for fathering hosts of children, collectively known as the Forkydes.
I don't know how to spell that, so I'm just gonna take creative liberty for that one.
I can give you the spelling, dog.
Please give it the spelling. Thank you.
Within it, you learn that he is the son of Pontus and Gaia. He is most notable for bearing by his sister wife Keto, a sea goddess, the Gorgon sisters Medusa, Uriel, and Stheno, Phorcides the Graea,
known as the Grey Sisters, Echidna and Scolopendra, who is probably another sea monster. I'll tell you about that in a moment. His children
God.
have been faced by many heroes in ancient texts.
Echidna.
We're now not only we got back getting a kid and the kids hating him, we're getting a kid and the dad now. It's still haunting him.
I like to think that Typhon wasn't going after Olympus; it was going after Max specifically.
Yeah, right.
The Scolopendra is in fact a sea monster. But you aren't really looking into that.
Yeah.
That appears to be what is within this.
Hmm.
He is god of hidden dangers of the deep, something of a primordial god,
Oh, God.
and is the father of sea monsters.
Mhm.
With
Yes.
his, with obviously his other half being Keto, the mother of sea monsters.
Mm-hmm. So, well, sea gods would like the water, which does not help us. But, And yeah, like Bacchus would tell us, or wouldn't really tell us unless he was somewhat close by. They like, so they would like the beach, but there's some beaches. It's like, yeah, I was just trying to think. Damn, I already used my one hint for the day.
You did.
Next session.
Next session. As that epilogue ends. See, I hear a TV.
Mm-hmm.
Lemon. Gone.
We'll do beats right now.
Cool.
All right. Beat the first session completion. Myself.
Starting with Cody, you're on top.
Yep.
Danny.
Mm-hmm. Did you mentor demigods?
I don't know if you did.
Did he
I
protect his
mean-
friends?
Did you have something to add yet?
Like mentor demigods. Like, I mean, he did help Johnny when he found the multivitamins and mentored him on how they worked.
It's not really mentoring. That's just reading the back of the label.
Is helping with Johnny with the cursing Krusty help.
No, it wasn't mentoring. I was helping.
Damn. Oh yeah, no, TT was the one who told Johnny to stop with the bracelet. So
Doesn't look like it.
Protect friends?
I believe so.
Cool. Did he find Eve? No.
Oh,
No significant progress on that. B for session completion, though.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, we get those speed percentage. Oh, but does CP regain stability for talk with Ileana?
Both of you.
stability. I spent stability and I gain my stability back. Net neutrality.
Maria.
By the way, that whole thing for Ileana's perspective was basically just like fucking Ron Poe.
Mm-hmm.
She went giga-brained for a bit there. And is the most knowledgeable person when it comes to computers on the boat.
Her third eye opened. 94 successes, baby!
And Maria.
Mm-hmm. Feet monsters? No, I mean, technically. It's Krusty.
You did. You didn't defeat him, but you were in a fight with a monster.
She didn't turn any monsters into weapons, and she didn't take another step to avenging her father.
So no, not significant progress.
Cool.
Up next is Nikki. Not yet. Yank.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Johnny, is he any closer to getting payback?
I'd say because you got some stuff that can help for the road from Media's store, I'll give you that.
Nice. Did he help his friends?
You helped Sammy out with her issues whenever she got denied for the first time and nearly cried.
In her life. Deals with criticism, instantly dissolves. Did he learn more about the bracelets? I don't think he did.
No? I mean,
Do
metaphysically, maybe.
you count that?
Sure.
Woo! Never
It
mind.
really made you think philosophically on that.
Now I'm going to change the aspiration because it's for later. Wait, later.
Okay.
Worry about that later.
Okay.
Ileana. Is she making Athena proud? She used Mimir's wisdom for the first time and went
Sure.
Giga Brain.
Sure.
Woo! The brain was so massive. Did she improve her singing skills / career?
You talked about it. So yeah. You were public about it. With people. So yeah. I'll give that to you.
Any significant progress on pursuing the mark of Athena?
Kinda.
Woo! Let's go. Damn, Ellie, you should have dramatically failed at some point. Got an experience.
Adam.
All right. Should we do TT or Sammy first?
Whatever you want.
Let's go Sammy. Did she let me remember as the greatest mechanic?
You kind of got schooled by that crusty guy.
Yeah, that guy's great. That guy has bed tech. I don't have that.
Yeah, because you never sleep.
She did not witness her inventions being used. Did she make people smile?
Immediately smile.
You almost cried.
She did, but did she make others smile? She definitely did not make Anastasia smile.
When did she make Ileana smile?
That way, the invention was last time. It was a crusty fight. I know, but she was asleep. Were you, Johnny?
No, I don't believe you did.
Damn it.
All right, then she fails all her aspirations.
No!
R.I.P.
Sammy dies.
It's okay. You got some breaking point, Pete.
Yeah.
It's okay, Sammy. Me and TT are thinking of an invention right now.
For TT, did she uphold justice?
Yeah.
She did pay for media.
Yep. Because you're supposed to pay in a store.
She did it. That's law. That's lawful.
Yep. She absolutely fulfilled be a mentor.
Mm-hmm.
And I think she failed her third aspiration.
Which is
The funny one.
Funny.
Yeah.
Didn't really do that. So I believe that is all for her.
I thought about it though.
She did think about it.
Do it for the vine.
See, there was never any indicator whenever he put down his headphones, though.
And vine doesn't exist yet. TT, do it for the vine. It's still really funny that Johnny has the least amount of daddy issues in the entire party. Like, what are your parental issues? Nothing. I like my dad.
I fucking love my dad.
My dad have a normal relationship with him. What? He's a very minor aspect of my backstory. So I think Johnny is now officially stronger than Ileana because he can just say she has fatherless behavior. She'll die instantly. Your door. Lemon. Mother.
Lemon.
Mother. Is that a lemon we hear?
Lemon.
Lemon. Lemon.
Lemon, please.
Lemon, please. Your plot is happening.
Lemon, please.
Lemon, please. It's your plot. We want to see it. We
Lemon,
want to see your plot.
Hey,
please, Lemon.
Your plot. Show us. Show it to us.
hi. I had a Christmas emergency.
Christmas
Holidays.
emergency?
Yes, a
what
Christmas emergency.
Of what kind?
Santa's gone missing.
Yeah, the Santa went missing, and I had to go all the way downstairs
Someone
and get a
should
bunch
find
of
him.
presents from a car, and then bring them all the way 2 floors up, multiple trips.
You had to kill.
So now I'm moist and sweaty and stinky.
Nice.
Oh, wonderful. Anastasia epilogue, though.
There you go.
Alright, beats first, and then he has only fair beats first.
Anastasia epilogue, though.
That's true. Anastasia, you got an epilogue. You got plot.
Crazy.
As
That's it.
I just got irrationally pissed about hearing my voice. Being sick. As Anastasia, you get dropped off at your room. You kind of like hear behind you, like sitting somewhere. Am I interrupting something? Like, am I supposed to be here?
Is
Kind
it
of just sneaky.
is it her? Where's
You turn around and you can see Melina with her big old blonde braid and the purple eyes, and she's wearing like a big black like sweater with like a type of pants that are comfortable.
sweatpants?
Sure. Hi, this place is crowded. You like live here
I guess.
all the time?
Not if I had the choice.
Is this like a private airplane situation? Like I've heard some people like live in airplanes and just spend all their time traveling across the world.
I guess.
Are you rich?
If I wanted to.
If you wanted to be?
Hmm.
Try your best, Melina.
But I thought making gold was like an alchemist taboo. Oh wait, we aren't alchemists, we're sorceresses. Sorceresses. Did I get a tongue twister?
Hmm.
You're shorter than I thought you'd be.
Yeah. Says nothing.
Okay, well, is it cool if I stay in here? You told him I'd be here, right?
Yes.
Well, okay, that's good. I'll leave the bed to you then. I'll just get comfortable. She kind of gets off the bed, lays down on the floor, and just like rolls under the bed. It's like bunk beds,
So sad.
but like it's really dusty down here. That's funny. Do you have spare covers, or am I asking for too much? Okay. You didn't say anything, so I'm just gonna assume it's like a no. Yeah, I got my sweater and stuff, so I can just. We'll talk more in the morning, okay? Is that cool? Pokes your head out. Night.
You can stay with
What?
them.
You gotta get to the bed first. Did you know that?
Stay with them.
The bed? What about it?
You can stay.
Like with you?
Hmm.
Oh my god, isn't that a crazy idea? Oh, that's a crazy idea. Oh, I knew you were so good at teacher, master. She rolls out, brushes herself off in the dust. Okay, I'll try to like be on the edge and I'll like guard you so you don't fall down, okay? Is that cool? You cool with that? Yeah, you're cool with that. Okay, night. Looks over. Uses magic to turn off the light. That's the end of that epilogue. And we have a third and final one. And then after that, also Anastasia Mac beats. In fact, let's do your beats right now, Mac and Anastasia.
I got time.
Start off with Mac.
Alright, I guess I don't got time running. Surpass limits. Not much surpassing happening.
I mean, you're on the road to doing it, so
It was kind of at a low level this entire session.
To be fair, she, even though she was forced to, she stayed awake the longest she has ever on screen
This
in
Mac.
this.
Yes,
Oh, wait, that's not-
Anastasia has the aspiration surpass limit, of course.
Listen. You don't know.
I suppose we don't. You get it. I'll give you a B for that.
Become dad.
I don't know.
Not really.
Don't forget B for session completion.
Improve demigod relations.
Got along well with Titi in the beginning after you guys kind of beat the shit out of each other.
Yeah, you kind of agreed with each other after you guys did that thing.
I tried with Maria.
It's okay. She's Greek. You don't have to improve that one.
I'll take the beat anyways. Anastasia, she slept.
True.
She tried to care about things.
True.
I don't know really that one.
No, not the third one. You're kind of like getting farther and farther away.
I have no idea what I'm gonna do about that one.
That one's looking a little hard.
Yeah.
But I mean, hey, 2-3 beats is fine. We're good. Now, last epilogue. Musica change.
Kind of music.
To...
Is it 10? Is it good? Is it bad?
Definitely serious. Not like genuine serious though. Like the adjective.
Yeah.
Not the person.
So like
a serious theme.
Oh yes, serious as in the adjective. Okay. Hold on. I have an idea. God damn it, hold on. Do it this way.
Akin to Aaron staring at himself in the mirror.
Oh, this might work. Does this work?
No.
Damn.
A bit more somber, perhaps. But it's akin to Aaron staring at himself in the mirror.
Alright, let me see. This is what I got here. I'm open to suggestion, boys. Somber. Change around. We'll probably get a smiley. Nope. Not for this.
I don't believe I've gone a recent session without being sick in like a month.
How about
You have
stop being
been.
sick?
You have been down with the sickness, as the kids say.
You got that
Hey,
dog in you.
I'd love it. Like, Because this whole week, my voice has been unaltered until today.
It's probably all the voice work we do.
Too somber. How somber? How somber?
I don't know, enough.
Nothing.
I'm telling you, like akin to Aaron staring at himself in the mirror.
Yeah, I'm looking at this and seeing like, what would Aaron say himself to? Assistance. As it's not on, so it'll be. Oh, that's too sad. That's too evil. Guys, assistance. Why am I alone?
I ain't got nothing. When in doubt, Tensiano.
No, but it's somber, man.
You know what? Let's do a callback. Put in that one not intense version of Shadow Lord.
Ooh, the piano one. Alright.
Let's make it a callback.
Oh. Alright, so do that. That. Boom.
As this epilogue starts off with Hallie with her hair up in the green ribbon, walking to a room in her office. This is a couple of days after that discussion with Adrian, as she goes into her bathroom, closes the door, looks in the mirror, and sees herself. I feel it. Like, we should agree, right? But I gotta do this. But I can't. Do I have to? I He just kind of like stands there, leaning against the sink, looking in the mirror. And she frowns as her hand lifts up to her ribbon and kind of tugs on it as her hair falls loose and her expression changes. You said it yourself. I said it myself. I could tell. I could tell there was trouble speaking. I still want to go with it. That's not right. I don't want to go against her again. But as she looks in the mirror, but I have realized, right? She's changed. There's something different about her. What was it? Was it the Greeks? Did they
Changer? She's my sister. But is that true? The way she speaks. Whenever we talk. We were so vocal when we were kids. Wasn't it? This helps. If she became quick. She doesn't know anything about me. How can she call me her sister? And she doesn't know anything about me. In her hands, gripping tightly, is the green ribbon, like clearly in the vision of the mirror. I don't get it. I don't get it. And she like stares into her own eyes. I thought I found someone. Right? It's the same as always. The same as it always is. And there's. And she feels her grip loosen. Annie. I felt something like that. As just within her eyes, in which no light really reflects off of, do I know about her, but she doesn't know about me. And it started as a prater? Okay. There's a chance. Maybe if I can walk to her. And she snaps back up to the mirror, looking her dead in her eyes. First, I have to fix this. Don't I? As she lifts the ribbon back to her head, tightens it, and puts her hair back in a ponytail, and then walks out of the bathroom. And that's the end of the epilogue.
Allie.
Oh boy!
Allie,
Really?
don't do it.
Don't do it, Ellie! Don't do it! Oh god, she has a hairband on. She can't hear us.
Oh no.
Ellie, don't do it!
Is that the end of the session?
Yes,
Yes.
Cool. I'm gonna go take a shower.
go do that.
I have
I'm
developed a fever over the course of this session.
Oh no.
Yeah. I have
Christmas
developed a
Eve, too.
full-blown fever. So So
That's not good.
yeah, no.
Go.
That's
go
why I
fix
was just like not talking for a bit because I was just laying down.
Go fix yourself.
All
I'm
right,
gonna go cry.
you do that. I'm gonna hop off as well. I'm gonna get some sleep.
Night,
Ray
buddy.
Boo.
Ray boo, night
Ray
night.
Boo, everyone.
Is that a fire alarm?
Good night.
No,
Whose
it's my
fire alarm
thermometer.
going off?
It's my
Good night.
thermometer.